Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to beautiful Leesburg, Florida, and stop number 3 of the National Professional Fishing League here on the Harris Chain of Lakes. And it's a big day. It's Showdown Saturday, the final day where somebody is going to walk out of here with this beautiful trophy right here over my shoulder and $50,000. But more importantly, the title of champion here on the Harris Chain of Lakes. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by bass fishing veteran Bradley Hallman and bass fishing funny man Fat Cat Newton out on the water to bring you 7 hours of coverage here on the Harris Chain of Lakes. And Bradley, you've been killing it this week, filling in for our man Double D, who's got some business to take care of his own this week. But the Harris Chain has been showing out on MPFL Live.
Dude, it's been a lot of fun. This is what we all look for, is the final day, Showdown Saturday. I've really looked forward to today. It's really built up. Everything's built up. The cream has risen to the top, and here we are.
And we're knotted up at the top, as we like to say. Yesterday at the weigh-in, we're like, man, this is really like a 3 to 5 man race. But truly, with the size fish that live in the Harris Chain, I think anybody within our top 10
Absolutely
has a reasonable chance. We've seen a lot of shuffling up and down the leaderboard over the last couple of days. And yesterday at the weigh-in, monsters came in. The Harris Chain, these mammoths we've been talking about, several fish over 8 pounds coming in. We still haven't broke that 8+ 9-pound mark, 10-pound. Will we see that today?
It's very possible. We've bumped and knocked on that door, right? Guys are catching fish. They're weighing them out there on their scales on the boats, and they're over 9. Those fish have probably just maybe lost just a little bit, a few ounces of water weight or whatever. They get in, and they're like 8-12s, 8-13s. They're still giant fish. Today we could see the double digit. We both called for a double digit this week, and it would be awesome to have it today.
We need it on Showdown Saturday. We need some more fireworks. We've had fish over 8 pounds on the live coverage the last 2 days, and nothing would surprise me more than to see a 10-pounder. Man, it would just make my whole week. But yesterday, that weigh-in, that drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough was something else. Let's take a look at the drive-through weigh-in here at Venetian Gardens yesterday afternoon, how it all went down on the Harris Chain.
All right, River, come on up here. Total weight of 16 pounds, 9 ounces. How about 22 pounds, 2 ounces? David Gaston with 40 pounds, 2 ounces. There's the boom. 18 pounds, 2 ounces. John Soka, the hookup, the Bass Tank Pro. 21 pounds, 5 ounces. 21.05. Jake has got 5 left. He's got a healthy bag today, folks. He needs 19.09 to take the lead. Wrap it up on the scale for me, Jake. 19 pounds, 13 ounces, your new leader. Put your hands together for Jake Boomer, 40 ounces and 7 ounces.
Lots of fireworks on live yesterday and lots of fireworks at that drive-through weigh-in. And as you see there, Jake Boomer still the man to beat right now, sitting on top after day 2, just like he was after day 1. But there's a couple guys that had something to say about it yesterday that made big charges that were tied for 10th yesterday going into the day. David Gaston and John Hookup Sokup both blasted them yesterday. We saw David Gaston on live catch one over 8 pounds on a frog nonetheless, just like the stuff we dream of as bass fishermen. But John Hookup Sokup hanging around the Harris Lake area yesterday, vaults up into 3rd place with a 21-pound stringer. All of these guys out there fighting for it, though. Bryant Smith in 4th place. We have River Lee, a guy that faced adversity at our last event, has been, to me, Bradley, one of the most consistent anglers in our field so far, flipping that Kissimmee grass this week without a doubt.
River's a guy that's kind of down about 4 pounds, and he is one of the ones that I think could be the monster lurking in the field that they're unaware of. He's had a lot of bites. He's had a problem with size early in the morning. He's had a good overall average. Yesterday he rode with a bunch of them that were around 15 to 16 pounds from early day on. If he does that again today and then connects with a couple of monsters, he could be the guy that comes all the way.
No doubt about it. And one of the stories yesterday that we loved following, and a guy that is one of our favorites out here, Dale Prinky, an amazing tournament, having a very special tournament. Had a couple of unfortunate issues yesterday with some fish care penalties.
Yep. Lost
some weight. He actually weighed over 18 pounds, but it's 1 pound per bass if you have a bass that happens to be deceased when you bring them back to Venetian Garden. So he ended up weighing 16 pounds, or he would be a little higher in the leaderboard. I've got one question for you. As I look through here, Jim Jones, 8-pound, 12-ounce bass yesterday. He vaults into our top 10, but down there, 10th place.
Yeah.
There's a familiar name. The favorite coming in, Keith Carson. Will we see Keith Carson go back-to-back as an NPFL champion? Because we have that opportunity today with him lurking in 10th place on a lake he knows so well.
Right. So he is the gorilla in the room, right? And he has been since he came in. He was our tournament favorite coming into this event. There is no doubt he has more information, more knowledge on this lake. We know that he's going to go probably swing just a little bit. He's the guy that, anything could happen if the stars align. We could see a 30-pound bag. It is on this lake. We know it's on this lake. We've seen the quality of fish, and it could happen. He could be one of the guys.
Without a doubt. One thing's for sure, Showdown Saturday, it's going to be a fist fight all day long between these guys in this top 10, and I can't wait to see how it goes down. We're fortunate to get to bring you this coverage from the Harris Chain. And we're going to take a look now at our Progressive Angler of the Year standings after the first two events. And Nick Provanizak, a guy that has been on our live coverage at the first two events. Nick's been fairly quiet this week. He's still hanging in there in check range. Yeah,
he's
in check range, but not having one of those top 10 weeks. But David Gaston, the man that was in second place coming in, and frankly, I called him a liar to his face. He told me, man, I'm not going to catch a bass in this tournament. Here he is, second place, 5 ounces off the lead going into today. So David Gaston, I would say, is your unofficial Progressive AOY leader as of today. But if you look right down there in fourth place, there's a man named Hookup Soakup. He's in third. So leaving this event, one of those guys, if the things stay the same as they are right now, one of those two guys is going to be leading our Progressive Angler of the Year at the halfway point, Bradley. We've got 6 events. Of course, this is event 3, headed to Pickwick Lake next, and I think this thing is going to be a really tight race all the way to Grand Lake in Oklahoma at the end of the year.
It could be. One of the things that really distinguishes the NPFL, though, is that we fish a full field on the last day. There's no cut days. So here's the danger in the AOY standings. If you have a bad day today, and even though you're in second or third place, there are a lot of guys out there willing to take your spot whenever they come to weigh in today. And so if you fall off that day 3, a lot of times we've been used to, once you get to the final day on Showdown Saturday, you can only fall to 10th. But we're here, we can go a long ways back.
There's lots of shuffling that can go down on Showdown Saturday. One thing that's for sure, the guy that's not been doing a lot of shuffling is Jake Boomer. He's really holding down the rest of the field, leading this thing wire to wire coming into Showdown Saturday. And if he were to win, we saw Hookup, Soakup do it at Eufaula, wire to wire. All 3 days wins. Keith Carson at Wright Patman. This would be the 3rd NPFL event in a row we've had a wire to wire leader turn champion on the final day. And I'm hearing that our man, Fat Cat Newton, called up with the potential wire to wire winner, Jake Boomer, the Washington State angler, fishing that offshore hydrilla. Let's go check it out with the big cat.
Hey there, fishing world, what's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Harris Chain of Lakes here in Leesburg, Florida. Right now we're at the Venetian Garden Ski Beach area talking to the day 3 leader. You're going to day 3 leading this thing, Jake Boomer. Jake, are you going to be able to hold on to that lead? If you're going to be able to hold on to it, how are you going to hold on to that lead?
Well, of course I'm going to try to hold on to the lead, but obviously you don't know if you're going to hold on to it.
Oh, I need to come on.
Here's the deal. I'm on an island. What I'm doing, I'm by myself. It feels horrible because you want to look around and see all these other amazing anglers doing the same thing, and that gives you the confidence that, like, if I keep doing it, I might beat them, but I'm by myself. So it's like you gotta dance to the one that brung you. So I'm going to keep doing it. Yesterday I had nothing. At like 1 o'clock I caught 2-3 really good ones. I'm I hope those blessings happen again. If they do, 'cause, I mean, they're big. They're just big. I don't even catch fish like that at home. It's pretty cool. So if I catch them, I can put this away. But you got guys like Sukup and Gaston that they got on a pretty cool bite that I think that's their day. I can't compete with them any other way but on my little island. So I'm going to stay on my island all day. I mean, I don't think you'd tell me to do anything different, so that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, wall-to-wall, treetop tall, cold straight, cracking them out there. Like, during the day, is there a certain window you look for? Are you looking for cloud cover? Do you want sun? Like, what exactly do you need out there for your day to set up for you to bring home the chrome?
Yesterday, I needed the sun really bad, and I didn't know I needed it until I didn't have it. You know what I mean? It's like there's this evolution of, like, how I'll catch them. This is how I'll catch them if there's no sun. This is how I'll catch them if there's this. I need the sun. I really need the sun. It sets them up, and I think it gets them in position to feed, and then I can catch them.
Let me ask you this. How much weight do you need today to win?
I need 21 or 22 pounds for sure. I mean, this is a frog day. I'm not a frog fisherman, but I look around, and I'm the worst frog fisherman in this group, and I almost tied on a frog. So, that's the battle. I'm teetering on the, man, you should go do that. I gotta dance with the one that brung you. I gotta stay out there on my little island by myself and hope that I get it.
A little bit of self-discipline by Jake Boomer, Buck Knives Pro, here at the National Professional Fishing League, stop number 3, Leesburg, Florida, Harris Chain of Lakes. And you're going to be in Harris, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to come looking for you. All right, folks, that's it, man. Jake Boomer going to go out there and cold straight crack them. Y'all stay tuned for all the good coverage all day, and I'll see you soon.
Great stuff, as always, from the Big Cat. And Boomer's confident, man. To be leading an event of this caliber didn't seem to be shook at all this morning. Cool, calm, and collected like we've seen with Jake.
Yeah.
And yesterday struggled until, what, 1 p.m.?
Yeah,
and
his bites came late.
And then we started seeing fireworks. Kind of the opposite for him on day one. So what that tells me, Bradley, is he's going to stick with it all day, right? This offshore hydrilla, he knows that's where his money is going to be made. And we've talked all week. We've seen docks play. We've seen some lily pads play with Keith Carson a little bit, some topwater action. Of course, the Kissimmee grass pattern that just will not go away. We've seen miles of Kissimmee grass, but what's it going to come down to? Are we going to see the hydrilla pull it out, or is it going to be the Kissimmee grass that takes home the chrome? As Fat Cat knew.
He's led it 2 days in a row offshore. We kept talking about offshore early in this broadcast, starting, the very first day. We didn't see it. We started hearing rumors of it. Then yesterday we even started doubting it because we saw Jake Boomer yesterday morning on the bank.
On the bank, that's right.
And we were like, hey, he's lied to us. But then in the afternoon, we saw that big bite. He caught it. And then I saw him at weigh-in. He actually caught his biggest fish after we went off air yesterday. So his bite heated up through the day, just like he said, once the sun got high. He had some wind as well where he was at yesterday when we saw him on live catch his big one that he caught on live. So his window is quite large, it looks like, as far as his bite window throughout the day.
It is, but his distance between him and second place is not large, and it is only 5 ounces. And David Gasson and his frog have something to say about that today on Showdown Saturday. I have a feeling, just from talking to David, super confident. We saw him get out of his area after he got his weight yesterday. He pulled out from what he was calling his juice. So will we see that play again? Man, he was super confident. It's going to be a showdown, to say the least, on Showdown Saturday. We're going to take a quick commercial break, kick things off here this morning, get a good look at these fine sponsors of the National Professional Fishing League here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, presented by Fisherman's Central, and we'll see you on the other side for some live action in Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Showdown Saturday here on the Harris Chain, Lake County, Florida. And one of those Florida men right here, Keith Carson.
Well, so I've had like 4 strikes so far and lost all of them. We're going on a little milk run today. I ran all the way to the complete other side of the chain, and then we're gonna fish our way back to Harris. I'm going to like pretty much every spot that I've caught one over 7 pounds in this chain. You know, I'm a local, been fishing here for 20 years. And, you know, last night I was laying in bed and thinking about what can I do? And I was like, you know, I'm just gonna hit every spot I caught the big ones at. And then I pictured myself coming in with like 35 pounds. And now like here I am an hour in without a bite, and I'm like, oh crap, I hope I catch a limit today. So I hope I made the right choice, I don't know. But you know, in fishing you gotta swing for the fences sometimes, and that's what I'm doing. So hopefully I can get at least one big one today. Oh gosh, stay on.
Keith Carson doing what he does, hooked up.
Okay, he's not giant, but he'll keep. Ooh, he's peeing. He's probably on the bed. See that? Oh, he's losing weight. I better not make him pee anymore. Okay, let me stop us. I need to get those foot things installed. There we go.
That's something I've noticed with Keith this week. He doesn't have the stomp buttons that we see so many anglers use with the power poles. Keeps the remote in his pocket.
Let's see.
Bradley hearing Keith say,
I'm
going to visit everywhere where I've caught one over 7 on the Harris Chain in my entire life. That would terrify me if I was in the top 10 and knew that was being said, I think.
All right, first fish. Let's put the plug in.
Well, it excites me.
I mean,
as
long as
yes, fireworks.
There's another one. They've been chasing shad out in the middle, big ones too. Like, well, I say big. They're like 3-pounders, and they've been out there chasing shad. And those ones are really hard to get to react to anything because there's no structure for them to relate to. But you know, my bottom line is if I catch 5, catch at least 8-10 pounds, I should get a check. You know, and that's honestly my goal. There's another one blowing up. I hear him chasing. You know, honestly, my goal is just, you know, if I can get a check each tournament, it should make top 25 at the end of the year, go to the championship. and you know, and see what happens. Go from there, but but I'm going for the dirty 30 today. Oh, where's my baits at? I don't even know where I'm at. Okay.
You know, a familiar scene with Keith this week has been every time that he catches one or he's re-rigging, he's like, oh, look, there's another one of my pets swimming to the boat. We've seen this a lot from Keith. He's like, oh, hey, buddy. He knows so many of these fish, I feel like, in the Harris chain.
A fish whisperer or a fish ninja.
Ninja, yes. I think that is the best way to describe.
Let's see. Let's grab some of these out.
I'm going to go from Keith Carson to get our first look at DJ Evans this morning on the Harris chain.
Yeah, I pick up the rest of it around. I'll even come back here and pick up some fish. But a little tough being behind the 8 ball already, kind of, as far as the spot goes.
Give me an update on how the day's going?
Not good. We got 2 fish in a live well, which, you know, hey, better than nothing. But yeah, we got to our first spot this morning, and there's another tournament that went out, and they were sitting right on my juice for the morning bite. So we had to go start out and fish some unproductive water. Kind of, I've got a fish there every once in a while, but not a ton. So yeah, the morning didn't start out great. And so we've come back, but there's just people coming in and out of this spot a lot more than I've seen all week. I mean, I pretty much had this spot I did have it myself the first 2 days. I got here, I could fish this whole thing, but not today. It's like a freeway in here right now. So we'll keep plucking away. And the 2 fish we have are small, not good size. So see what we can do.
DJ from the desert of Nevada, Luke.
Lake Mead boy.
He told me yesterday that it looks a little different around here than Lake Mead.
Can imagine.
He's a power out there, dude. Last time I fished the U.S. Open out there, this guy right here, DJ Evans, almost won it. 2nd place. Huge field.
You know, of our West Coast contingency heading out today, we have 4 West Coast, what I would consider West Coast anglers in the field. We were talking about this before we went on live. Jake Boomer being one of them, of course, our leader. Then DJ, and then you have Mr. Bryant Smith from California, 3 of the 4 in the top 10, and then Luis Fernandez, the Bass Warrior. DJ, missed opportunity there, looks like. Luis Fernandez is in check range like he normally is on the MPFL, so West Coast guys showing out a little bit this week, like they have at every event so far.
They've mentioned a couple of times that this place reminds them of a little bit of Clear Lake, which most of these guys have quite a bit of experience on.
No doubt about it. Go from DJ Evans
Sidle up
over
to
to
this
Ohio
point
angler
All right.
Dale Prinky.
Get a couple big ones, I'll be doing a lot better.
Special week. Familiar scene from yesterday. We've seen Dale
slow. Been a
lean on a 1-2 punch so far this week.
Got 4 in the well, but they all need to be upgraded.
Chatterbait on the outside of the Kissimmee grass.
Definitely not the morning like we had yesterday. Yesterday was boom, boom, boom. Today is not. But it is hot.
Dale mentioned there, he got off to a hot start yesterday. A lot of different conditions yesterday morning, though, compared to this morning out there for Dale. Completely different. Clouds, wind yesterday morning.
But he is adjusting appropriately, as we just saw.
I was going to say, he's switching it up. Smart.
We're always talking about the conditions, Luke, right, and this stuff, and you are spot on. I mean, the sun is blaring this morning.
And slick.
And yesterday was cloudy, overcast for a long time. We had some chop, some wind, and quite frankly, the last 2 mornings have kind of been that way, the first 2 mornings of the event. And Prinky has excelled with that chatterbait on the outside edge of that Kissimmee grass, along with some of that hydrilla that David Dudley kind of dialed us into. We saw him twitching that rod. We were pretty obvious that is what he was doing, and really had some great mornings, and then would go to the flipping stick later in the day.
We saw him make a big cull with the flipping stick yesterday afternoon late.
It's so hard to put down a rod that you've had so much success with through the week.
Absolutely.
It's something that we all anglers fight.
And this looks like that stretch where the fireworks began yesterday morning for Dale here on Lake Harris. Our first look this morning with West Coast Angler, another California boy in here, Bryant Smith. Was talking about the similarities to Clear Lake with us yesterday that you mentioned earlier. Bryant, one of our most talented up-and-coming pros on the MPFL circuit. A lot of success out west. Utilizing a lot of different techniques this week. He's fishing the seawalls and cypress trees in the morning with the square bill. Then he's doing some Kissimmee grass flipping and some offshore hydrilla, the vibrating jig. Had a really solid stringer fish yesterday. Not a giant in the bag, a lot like River Lee. Hooked up.
That is how much line I had out when that fish bit. I had about 2 feet. Sorry, buddy. You got hooks all over you.
Sure you don't need those 60-foot casts,
No, man. I mean, I had 2 feet of line out. That's the thing. You just got to keep casting at them. Keep casting at them. You know, I think a lot of times what happens is you'll start, you know, there's bait all around these cypress trees, docks. 2 1/4, nice. Number 5. There's a bunch of shad all around these cypress trees and docks and seawalls, and you just keep casting at them. You kind of start moving that bait around. And when that bait starts moving around, those fish get a little more active, until finally one makes the mistake. That will work. Oh, no.
Bradley Dudley talks about fish language a lot. What the fish are telling you. Listen to the fish. When you get that short strike right there at the boat, does that tell you anything? I mean, is that fish taking longer to commit to the bait than he would if the conditions were a little different, or what? Or is that random? What happened right there?
It could be a combination of a couple things, and we don't really know because we're not standing on the front deck of that boat. One, the fish could have followed. It took him longer to commit, and that would be fish language telling you that something's a little different.
Them a little better for me.
Or it could be that there was just a stick or something, a piece of grass there underneath the water next to your trolling motor, and you hadn't spooked that fish yet with the trolling motor, and your bait just came by.
You know, they're positioned for us, so if we just keep making good casts.
I think we have hearing that we've got a little big cat action out on the Harris chain. He's been having a time all week out there running our anglers down. I think we've got a fat cat update from the Harris chain here in Leesburg, Florida.
All right, folks, here we are on the water. Showdown Saturday. Harris Chain of Lakes NPFL stop number 3, presented by Fisherman Central. It's been an interesting morning. First of all, I will point this out. On my way to the ramp this morning, Venetian Garden, I passed 2 different ramps. Something I noticed different today than I had since this past week, the ramps were almost full. I think this river's going to play a little bit different today. Some of the guys that launched this morning, when they get to their hole, Bobby and Terrence are going to be there already. We got some local tournaments today. Like I said, it's a beautiful forecast, so we're going to have a lot of pleasure boaters, a lot of locals out here, which will probably play a small role in these anglers' game plan for today. Over my shoulder, Hunter Ballman. So as everybody launched, we're still at Ski Beach getting our game plan together. You hear a guy, whoa, go on by us. We thought everybody had launched. Yay! He hollers. We look over. It's Hunter Ballman. Just landed. Ladies and gentlemen, this man Thursday morning got the phone call that his beautiful wife, Andrea, was having their baby, Kinley. So he hopped in the airplane, shot back to Arkansas. What did he do last night? Got back in the plane, flew back to Leesburg, Florida, to get back in that boat and come out here and try to catch him. So what you guys are going to see, and you have to understand that you might not know, you're going to see, especially on Showdown Saturday, showcasing people on camera that may not be in contention for winning, or he may not be in contention for that check. But this is not a one tournament trail. We got 3 more tournaments. These guys are out here fighting for points for that championship. We only take 25 anglers, so every point gets them closer to qualifying for that championship. And that plays a big part of why Hunter came back today trying to rack up those points and stay in contention for that championship. So we watched him. He rolled up on a spot that he caught about a 7.5-pounder during practice, fishing Kissimmee, right on the east side of Harris. He was just flipping the stick bait with a 1/2-ounce tungsten. Dink, 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 boom goes the dynamite. We watched him put 3 in the boat on that Kissimmee grass over there, got to a dock area. He's such great spirits and everything. He was hitting the dock, dong, just trying to get back, get his focus right. And as soon as he hit the right spot, rod bowed up. He threw one in there. I think he's got 4 in the well now. And he says that he's going to stay with this Kissimmee grass. He likes this pattern. He said, we got fish blowing up, but he's around fishing. You see the action around him. And he said he couldn't figure out how to catch them. He said a little bit on the buzzbait, but primarily he's catching his fish, throwing that stick bait, just flipping the edges of those highs. Let's get back to the weather. The water temp still around 80 degrees this morning. One thing that's going to be a little bit different today than what it was yesterday and the day before, I think we're going to have a whole lot more sunshine here on Harris and the surrounding lakes. A little bit of patch clouds coming through, but they are calling for thunderstorms. Hopefully the thunderstorms roll in after the guys get back to the ramp. But the way the forecast talks, we could have some storms coming here around lunchtime, so that could play a big part in this game as well. So we're going to do a little bit more running and gunning, find some more guys to look at. But Hunter Ballman, man, what a trooper. So congratulations to him, his wife Andrea, and their precious daughter Kinley. We'll see you guys soon.
That's the update I was waiting on. See if my man got back. I got a text last night from Hunter. He sent me a selfie in an airplane. He said, I'm coming back, man. New daddy. And there he is, came flying in here this morning. And Bradley, Hunter, one of my favorite folks that I've got to meet this year on the National Professional Fishing League, and just truly an amazing angler, an amazing person, and now a new daddy. Can you imagine, though, flying home in the middle of an event? You've been doing this for so many years, seeing the birth of your first child, being like, you know what, there's no cut. I'm going to go back and get me some points so I can make that top 25. And Hunter was 33rd in the progressive AOY coming into this, Brad.
It shows you how much these guys care and how
doubt
much
about
they
it.
have invested. It's the bad part of our profession. There's no sick days. There's no off days. And then things like this come up where it just makes it extremely tough if the tournament goes on without you. He is invested in this to make the championship.
And more importantly, his family's invested in this, right? His wife,
100%.
Andrea, completely
100%.
understands. We're getting a good look there. Baby Kinley and the proud papa yesterday.
Golly.
In Arkansas, folks. We're in Central Florida.
Yeah, this is a past Mr. Arkansas sitting on the deck of this boat with holding that baby.
That's right. That's right. And you've got a little bit of distance between Central Florida and Arkansas. So big shout out to Big Al McCullough with the NPFL. He was running Hunter all around Central Florida trying to get him on an airplane to get him home so he can make sure he was there for the birth of his first child. And we're certainly proud to bring Kinley into the MPFL family. So congrats to the Bogman family. It is a family sport, to say the least. Hunter is an Arkansas river angler. Loves to flip and fish shallow. We saw that at Wright Patman with him, flipping bushes. And he actually fished offshore at our first event. We spent a lot of time with him on MPFL Live, and he said he lost street cred, Bradley, with his Arkansas buddies because they said, you're not supposed to fish deep because he caught all his fish deep, but you follow. And I said, man, Hunter's an offshore specialist. And he sent me a text one night that said, dude, you got to quit saying that. I'm losing my cred with my guys here. So now we're getting to see Hunter do what he loves. From Hunter Bogman, we're going to get our first look at the guy that you just love to say his name for obvious reasons, you Oklahoma son of a gun, you. Mr. Jake Boomer. He's been doing some running and gunning. We've been trying to catch up with him this morning. And, you know, we can see all the cameras, Bradley, and he's been bebopping and flip-flopping, as Fat Cat says, all over Lake Harris this morning. Get caught up with Mr. Boomer himself.
Boomer.
See how his morning is going.
I guess
Harris
we're live
chain.
now, huh?
You are
well,
live,
the morning
sir.
update is I just lost one, which really stinks. It wasn't a big one, so I'm not gonna let it define how the day's going. My secret, I don't know if it's a secret. I heard this morning that everybody thinks I'm trying to hide where I'm at. I'm literally a mile or two from the mouth of Venetian Gardens, fishing a grass flat. And in the morning, the first day, I got a couple good bites, but it's been really tough to continually get bites. And I kind of have to keep playing with it. I got to leave it alone and come back. Yesterday, the sun was a big deal. I almost wrote the thing off. I wasn't going to come back because I just figured they were going away from me. I got way more bites in practice. But it's the mouth of the Palatka River is right there. And all the water from Little Harris is over there, and it all has to flow out of here. So I know what I don't know. What I think is happening, I think bass fishermen make stuff up in their minds to make themselves feel sane about why we come out here and chase these things. But my theory is there's moving water out here. Not very much. This is the farthest out on this grass flat you can get before there's no grass. And I guess like a month ago, this was a huge, massive grass flat. And they sprayed it. Like there was grass that was topped out and they sprayed it, it's all gone. But my theory is, you know, like the tallest blade of grass gets cut first. When they came out and sprayed this, they sprayed what they could see. And this isn't topped out. So I figure it didn't get sprayed because it's green, beautiful green grass. And if you find it, it's kind of weird. I'd like to talk to Hallman or somebody after this tournament, but the sprayed grass, if you grab it and smell it, it smells like mold. It's horrible. And even if it's green and it smells, I can't get bit out of it. But this particular patch is green. And every day there's a different cast on it. And when they get active and they get up on it, I've caught what I think are sevens, a couple sixes, 3 or 4 sixes, you know, maybe a couple threes. I mean, they're what have made my tournament is this grass spot. I go junk around and get as much as I can, and I come back here and try to get a couple of them. And every time I expand onto the flat, I don't do much. So yesterday I almost wrote it off. I figured it was over. And I got a couple bites on a grass flat on the other side of the lake, and it's kind of like the good Lord going, hey, dummy. They're up in the grass. And me and my cameraman buzzed on over here and caught what we did, and that's what was keeping us in this tournament. I don't have like a bunch of really good bank stuff that I could go do like if this just goes to nowhere, I've got a couple things in Eustis I can do to kind of build the base bag. But I feel like for me to win this tournament, I have to marry this spot, and I need to get a couple of those big ones. I need to get, you know, I mean, that's just crazy to think, but I've had 20 pounds 2 days in a row, and 11 pounds both days have come from 2 fish. So I need that again today. I don't have like a 4-pound average. I don't think I've weighed in a 4-pounder. I think I've had 2 monsters and a bunch of dinks. So that's my update for the morning. I really wish I wouldn't have lost that fish, but it wasn't very big, and I rookied it. I knew it was coming to the surface, and I kept pulling, and I shouldn't have. Kind of like you guys probably saw the replay from yesterday when I thought I had a 3-pounder on, and I was pulling it because I was thinking it was 3 pounds, like a knucklehead, and I was just reeling. I was reeling like I was pulling a water skier. You probably saw it on the replay, but when that thing saw me and I saw him, let's just say it wasn't love at first sight. He was not happy with me. She was not happy with me. And I was pulling so hard, and she looked at me, and I pulled her right into the gunnel, head first, wham! And I just felt like the biggest dummy. Felt like the biggest dummy. But I landed it. I don't know how. Some things you don't ask questions about, you just chalk them up to grace. So that's my update for the morning. I'm gonna keep chucking out here a little bit, and then I'm gonna go junk around, and then I'm gonna come back out here and chuck a little bit. And like I said in my morning interview, I am on an island. There's been one other competitor out here with me, and Mark Schilling, and when I got here the first day, Mark Schilling's fishing so good this year that when I got out here, I felt super good. I was like, man, I found something good. Because if Mark's out here, Mark was fishing a little shallower on here, and I was fishing out here, and other than that, we haven't had one competitor out here. And I think it's because it was really good in pre-practice, and then they sprayed it. And a lot of guys, and I just found the one spot. I think they can't go any farther out. That's why I feel like they should come to me. They should be coming out to this, but it's not getting better. It's a big fish spot, and that's all it is.
Good stuff from our leader going into Showdown Saturday, Jake Boomer. Risking it for the biscuit, as they say, just sticking it out on that offshore high driller, where we have seen him catch 4 or 5 fish over 6 pounds this week over the course of the first 2 days. Getting our first look at Bobby Lanham here on the Harris chain. Bobby made a lot of noise on the first day, and then yesterday afternoon shot up our Way Live leaderboard unofficially. Stay in the top 10. We also saw him catch another angler yesterday, Brad, at one point. He told that story on the weigh-in stage. Little different look, though, than we've seen him. We've seen a lot of him in a...
Oh, come on up here.
Heard that.
Oh, he's hung in the grass. Come on. Come on. Work with me, boat. Can't you tell we got a customer out here we got to take care of? There he goes. Hey, come on. He's not that big neither.
You know, a lot of guys would have panicked
Start
in that
like yesterday, I
situation.
guess.
Bobby just taking his
That's
time.
it. The way he blew up on it, I thought he was at least 2 pounds. And we'll throw him over on the other side too.
He chased my worm. I cast it over there. And he chased me down.
Everybody loves Keith Carson.
He's got something hanging out of his... Huh? He's got something hanging out of his mouth. This gator, I threw my worm over there and he chased me down from over there. Like, I've been fishing Florida my whole life and never had a gator like actually challenge me. Like, I actually thought he like might attack me. He's not scared in the slightest.
Wow.
If I was reeling a fish in, I guarantee you he would have ate the fish.
Bradley, this just in.
Like that's one of the, that is the most aggressive gator I've ever seen.
I just got a text from Fat Cat. He said that gator's name was Rocky, and he's no puppy.
I was watching this before we had
crazy.
on one of our other cameras here in studio, and I saw it. I saw it chase. I've never seen that before. I mean, I've seen him chase a bait, but the thing came all the way to the boat.
He just started rushing us from. Oh my gosh! I wish the fish would rush me like that. You know, where's the dang 7-8 pounders? You know that I'm in the right area though. If gators are chasing me down like that, that means there's a lot. Probably all the nature is pretty aggressive here. That's what I'm telling. That's what I'm going to tell myself.
I think
anyway.
that there's one thing that I was just looking there, Bradley. Cameraman Jake, that's with Keith. He doesn't get paid enough for that, I don't think. That's what he's thinking right now. That's hazard pay, baby, right there. Good stuff from Keith Carson here on the Harris Chain. Lots of things to see here in Central Florida, and we're going to get back to that after we take a quick break, talk about these fine sponsors of the National Professional Fishing League, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff.
Bundle.
Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
Biggest bag, but it'd be cool just to see. And we're back. Matt Mullihan here on the Harris chain. One guy that I don't want to arm wrestle out here on the MPFL.
That is a fact.
Matt's having a good morning unofficially, a little less than 12 pounds. And something about Matt that he looks like a big tough guy, you know, but he travels with two of the cutest dogs you've ever seen, Bradley. Just cute as you've ever seen, yeah. Miniature Shar-Peis, he was telling me this week.
Shar-Peis.
There you go. There they are. Believe that is Pepper. I believe that is Pepper. I actually got a selfie with Matt's dog this week. The drive-through weigh-in. Showed you that.
Yes, Luke did. We helped out at the boat ramp the other evening at a weigh-in to kind of help speed things along, and Luke and I were pulling guys in and out. And Luke took the advantage of a puppy sitting next to him in a truck.
Yeah, I got in Matt's truck, and I was like, "What's up, guys?"
He's sending pictures to everyone. Going, look at this cute thing.
Yeah. So don't be surprised if you have a picture of me just like that with my miniature Shar-Pei that I'm going to get one of these days.
So, Matt, we apologize for Luke taking pictures of your truck
Didn't
and
ask
puppy.
Permission.
He is having an extraordinary morning. He is already unofficially this morning on our leaderboard with a 14-pound, 6-ounce bag this morning to start the day off.
Yeah, he's jumped way up there. Of course, as we look at the unofficial leaderboard, yeah, it's all estimates here. And we've got Bryant Smith, the California angler who got off to a fast start yesterday morning. Looks like he's doing the same, keeping up that same pace. A little over 11 pounds this morning in first place. John Hookup Sokup holding down second. Robbie Frazier, Matt Mullihan, Joel Willert, Jay Willie, Minnesota angler we've seen a lot of this year.
I would like to correct what I said earlier. I misread there. They have Matt with 11-14. Is that correct? I said 14, so I don't want to misspeak there. I apologize for that.
Joel Willert, though, with 14 pounds, the biggest stringer we've seen so far this morning. River Lee, Jake Boomer, our leader, still fishless. Sliding down the leaderboard a little bit, but with the size fish we've been seeing Jake catch, that is subject to change at any point during the day. David Gaston sitting on a goose egg as well, but still in the top 10. And James Biggs making a run here on Showdown Saturday with another 14-pound stringer off to a fast start in the 9 o'clock hour here at the Harris Chain of Lakes National Professional Fishing League. Stop 3 presented by Fisherman Central. And Bradley, something that we're hearing a lot about this morning, we heard it from the Big Cat, we've heard it from the other anglers, and you and I saw it on our way from the hotel into the studio this morning. A lot of boats on the water, some local tournaments out there. Of course, you know, the most interesting thing to me about our sport is it's obviously played on public waterways. It's not like a PGA Tour golf tournament where the course is closed. These are played on public venues. We obviously don't own the water, so you have to share. There are other tournaments out there today, and will we see that factor in, that fishing pressure? Will it hurt our weights because we have 103 of our MPFL guys out there? You're going to have pleasure boaters enjoying those canal cruises today.
Mm-hmm.
Will it affect the outcome?
It's part of the strategy, right? The fact that we do share our waters with everyone else, it's part of our game. All these guys are very, very used to it. I do think it's going to come into a play today. I know that we've been looking at strategies, and as this thing has built up, and we actually have one of our anglers in the field that I'm very concerned for, quite honestly, and I have been since yesterday. And we haven't talked about it. We haven't had him on yet this morning, but we're going to. And I'm concerned about the area that Gaston is in. It's a popular area. It's easy access. He's going through the lock, going up to Lake Griffin. Lots of locals fish there. They can dump their boats. They were there long before he probably got there.
They could have been there at daylight this morning.
They could have been. Yeah. They could have literally been there for 2 hours before he arrives. And I am concerned for him in that aspect.
And we haven't heard from Gaston yet this morning, but he is certainly one to watch. Started the day in second place and just throwing that frog, which is high risk, high reward. That type fishing, that's what David likes to do. He likes to throw the swim jig. He likes to power fish. And as we take a peek here, still at Matt Mollahan, he seems to be working that outside Kissimmee grass with a reaction bait. Looks like a chatterbait, which we've seen a lot of this week.
We basically have seen 4 patterns is what we've seen that are really successful this week. And we can go over those, but yes, the chatterbait on the outside of Kissimmee grass line is definitely one of them.
Absolutely. That Kissimmee grass is just so prevalent. It's everywhere.
It is.
You know, so many stretches of it, but some patterns that we're seeing, and a guy that we absolutely always see kind of getting off the beaten path, doing his own thing, John Hookup Soakup. I'm going to go take a look at the third place angler coming into today. Fourth place in our Progressive Angler of the Year. The Oklahoma angler won our inaugural event down at Lake Eufaula. John Hookup Soakup.
Oh.
On the Jungle Cruise at Disney World.
Mm-hmm. We're back where it went down a little bit yesterday, but today it's a no-go at the moment. Picked up a frog yesterday and came in here real fast, caught a 5.5 and a 3, and we're just trying to keep them honest. Everything's telling me to get out of here. The sun's bright, need to get back on that grass edge and start flipping grass, but I came in here to try to keep them honest with this frog, and I've had a small one swallow it, and I set the hook and it was gone. I just had another fish boil on it. So I know there's still fish in here. The thing is, I don't know whether I want to spend the time to figure them out or not. I haven't practiced in here. I was in here just yesterday for a little bit, so I don't know how many are in here. But I've tried working this frog slow. I've tried working it fast, and really, I just need to try to come across one that's ready to. I'm looking for stupid fish. I don't fish for those hard to catch fish like everybody else does. I like the dumb ones that just want to just blow up. That's what I want. Give me a big blow up. Let me know I'm doing something right. So we're gonna poke around in here a little bit. I started on the grass edge this morning. Got 3 dinks and a 2-pounder, and felt like I needed to get away from that grass and at least do a different bank. I need to get to a different bank at least. So I figured I'd come in here first and like I said, just keep these things honest. I mean, if they'll give me a sign that they're here, man, we'll lay the hammer down on them. And yesterday's conditions, though, was cloudy and rainy when I came in here. You know, it makes those canal fish, it wakes them up a lot better when it's cloudy and rainy, I think. And the lake fish, I think they like the heat and the sun, so. We're supposed to get some clouds and some rain around 1 o'clock, noon, 1. I got a long day on the water, so I'm probably gonna do this some more later on, unless I get on that edge and I start whacking them. But I think my gut's telling me, fish through this stuff since I'm here, get back on that grass edge while make hay while the day's bright. And we're on a log or something, I can't tell what's going on.
Bradley, something that I found interesting right there.
It may look like we're on the Harris chain, but I actually transported us. We were like on an enchanted island. Is where we're actually at.
It's like the movie Avatar.
The same island's actually where Gilligan was lost for quite a while, but he's been found, so.
Oh, good stuff. So Gilligan, he said.
You think they come out of this good-looking stuff? But that's not where the bites have not come out of that. It's topped out hydrola with a bunch of
I spoke with John last night and told him that it looked like he was on a theme park ride at Disney
No
World.
doubt, the Jungle Cruise, for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh. Oof.
What happened?
Oof. Oof.
I don't know what that was. I think a manatee just came up and looked at my frog and decided not to eat it. Oh my
Could have
goodness.
been Fat Cat with a snorkel, potentially.
Did you catch that on camera? I don't know what that was, man.
That was incredible.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't quite look like a bass.
That is bass fishing heaven right there, guys. Great
Wow.
camera work.
That was weird.
Oof.
I don't know if it was a big
got me
turtle or
nervous.
if
I
that
know
was
he's
actually
nervous.
a big. If that was a bass, dude, that was a giant, yeah. The last fish I caught yesterday was we passed it already, but like I said, I was flying through here, so I didn't pick any of this apart yesterday. And I did have one chase a frog out, but man, it was way back in here, man. I just don't. I'm not feeling it right now. I'm fishing patiently, but my gut's telling me to go, so I'm trying to prove my gut right or wrong right now. Or just stay patient and don't make a bunch of rash decisions throughout the day. Don't want to go run around like a chicken with my head cut off, just want to fish.
John's a very
that's how I need to fish.
instinctual angler.
Yes. And a versatile angler. You know, we see him win with the forward-facing sonar, the live scope down at Eufaula. You see him flipping down at Wright Patman, and now you see him flipping and running these canals. A lot of guys look, you know, John runs an express aluminum boat, and you think, oh, he's a shallow water guy. Not the case with John. He's just a well-rounded angler. And as we get a great look at John in one of the many beautiful canals here on the Harris Chain, we're going to take a look back at some of the action we've seen out on the Harris Chain of Lakes this morning here in Lake County, Florida. The new daddy, Hunter Vaughn, swinging one in this morning, little boat to boat. Hunter. Oh, mud fish.
Oh, come on. Come on. He's not that big neither.
Get real, Ryan Smith. We got going early on day number 2.
That is how much line I had out when that fish bit.
On Showdown Saturday as well, unofficially sitting on top of our leaderboard. And a guy that made a big jump on the leaderboard. The big guy from Wisconsin, Jim Jones, with a giant bass yesterday, well over 8 pounds.
And a giant bag.
Yes, indeed.
Good morning. Been a slow morning so far. Actually haven't caught a bass yet, but hoping to change that soon. Jumping all around the boat, but can't get them to bite.
Jim with 4 in the box right now so far this morning, so 1 shy of a limit is what we have him on the tracker.
What's that? Morning.
Luke, there's been a lot of power, strength in the pattern of the chatterbait on the outside edge of the Kissimmee grass with the hydrilla mixed in. Probably our strongest overall pattern we see in the field. It and
for
flipping.
Sure. Let's hear it. The Bradley Hallman Bass Tank Breakdown. Talk about, because for most folks at home, you're looking at the Kissimmee grass line. We see so many guys flipping it, but this reaction bite that these guys are going for on the outside, talk about what they're looking for and what they're seeing out there on the Harris chain.
Well, we started earlier talking about the 4 or 5 patterns that we're playing this week, and this one probably is the number one strongest overall. This or the flipping the Kissimmee grass. One of the two are the overall biggest players for the field as a whole. What's happening here, just like Dudley informed us yesterday, it has a lot to do with the hydrilla that we cannot see that is potentially underneath the water. In all these spots that these guys are throwing the Kissimmee grass line, they're paralleling the Kissimmee grass with the chatterbait, but there's hydrilla underneath the water also that's holding those bass right up against that line. And the things that we see that make it we think it makes it better. Cloud cover in the early morning seems to make this bite stronger and fire like what we had yesterday. A little bit of breeze and wind blowing in on that Kissimmee grass tends to make it a little stronger. And we really haven't noticed that it's been points or anything else. Prinky is running the exact same pattern. And we saw him catch giants the last 2 days, and they would be right up next to that Kissimmee grass edge. This is also followed up with guys that are flipping. Here's something that I found interesting throughout the week, and we've heard this from multiple anglers.
We're going to make a run in a minute.
This bite is this. This bite has tended to be the same as the flipping bite, whereas they go
Back
for
where we
miles.
started.
You hear guys go, I fished for a mile and never had a bite, and then I got one bite, and then I had 2, 3, 4, 5. Guys talking about getting 8, 9 bites just in a 20-yard section after they had just fished a mile, and then don't get another bite on through. The other thing that I find interesting is I've asked 4 or 5 of them this question right here in particular. When you turn around and come back, do you get bites? And they have all told me the same answer. The answer is no.
It really is interesting.
And I can't get, and they don't understand either. But they have turned around, tried to refish that little section, and it's unsuccessful. I asked Sukup last night. We had a long conversation on the phone about what he was doing and his patterns and things that he thought he had going. And I asked him about his spots and if he had turned around on them. I asked him, I said, what do you think those fish are? Do you think those are schools of fish moving up from the lake and feeding? Or do you think those are fish that live in the grass? And he thinks that there's 2 different types of populations of bass there right now. He thinks that one group is the type that moves up there. He thinks that there's another type that's going inside the Kissimmee grass line at night and feeding up in those cypress trees and then moving back out.
I don't.
Well, from the bass tank breakdown to the bass tank
What do you
man
think that
himself.
Was you think that was a turtle?
Sukup?
I thought it did it. It went after. I don't know. I was looking through the lens, so I couldn't really tell.
It just felt like it had appendages.
It was available this afternoon for safari tours.
I don't know. It was weird.
Harris chain?
To Gilligan's Island?
To Gilligan's Island.
Maybe that's what a 15-pound bass looks like. I don't know. Like, it was big though.
It did seem big.
It was huge.
Still thinking about that bite that he had?
I might have saved that guy some time, you know. Like,
Yeah, not coming up there.
yeah. Or he might have come in here. I mean, you might come in here with a little worm and flip around and actually. Do good, but man, that's.
This pattern that John's running, this particular one, because John's running 2 or 3. He's one of our guys that's doing all 3 things. This tends to look to me very much like what Bobby Lanham's been doing.
Some good grass
And
there.
Bobby Lanham has had windows.
right
Now
there.
Bobby does it all day long for the most part, right?
That's right.
Good looking spot right here.
He's in a creek as well,
Cypress
using the
and
shade lines of
roll
the
mixed in.
trees.
Something that John said when we first went to him still earlier, he said he felt like the clouds and rain activated
just
these
toast
fish in the
through here.
canals. And Bradley,
Smack this.
there's a reason I'm in the studio and he's on the front deck of that boat.
Speaking of Bobby.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There you go. That's what we're looking for this morning. That'll help.
Bobby, some live action.
Bobby's still in his canals.
That'll get us rolling. A little fatty patty going this morning.
Yo, Bobby changing it up today. You were just mentioned, you know, he's been in those creeks, the Carson Creeks that we like to call them here.
right.
And today, so far, around some Kissimmee grass, around some seawalls, and looks to be in some of the canals around Lake Harris.
I've got a 4-pounder. Yep, right at 4 pounds. 350.
Is that the old school Columrite scale?
Oh,
Don't do
no,
that.
no. I think he just wanted to drive.
Oh, you got a hook jaw, and that's why he can't lose.
That's like a golden nugget.
There, one of them little ones. Spit that out, one of them little ones. They don't have much weight to lose, and they're losing the ounces there.
Bobby has caught quality fish all weekend.
Oh, baby. All right. Well, let's see if he's got a big brother up here waiting. Yeah. Come in.
So many of our competitors this week I've talked to talk about catching
I
large
love it when
numbers
that
of
line
fish,
starts
but not
swimming
being
off
able to
to the
catch
side.
quality.
You don't
Bobby
even feel the
has
bite. You
been
just got to
on it.
watch your line.
And most of his damage on reaction baits, whether that be swimming a worm, saw him with a frog a little yesterday.
A spinner bait.
Spinner bait. We've seen him in and around the Kissimmee grass some, but no flipping for the most part.
Well, we're live.
And we've even
Oh
seen
God,
him
wait a
on
minute, I got to play
shore.
Hollywood. Going Hollywood this morning. Well, he just missed some good action. We just put a
Man,
big one
Bobby's
in the
getting
boat, about 4 pounds.
Bobby's going big time
We haven't
on
got
us.
him on the live tracker yet, but hopefully here we can get a few more going. But we got 3 fish already this morning, so a little bit better than yesterday. Hopefully they stay going for us. So make a few more casts. I'll show you that 4-pounder.
I like it. Rocking the white shades too, Bradley.
I think we've just found a new nickname.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's Hollywood for the rest of the year out here on the MPFL.
Bobby Hollywood
Yes.
Lanham.
Bobby Wood, even.
Bobby Wood.
Bobby Wood.
Hollywood Bobby.
Hollywood. Check this out.
We'll see it again.
Are they?
He's going to take it back out.
Let's just
That's
hold
the way you
on
get
to
started
it.
in the morning.
Yes, don't drop it,
That'll lift
Bobby.
things up. That's it. We had to put the Bob's Cafe sign open this morning. I got to give a shout out too. I got a bunch of fans that are watching this morning. Got a lot of family back home in Kentucky. Got a big group there watching. So Jeremy, Wayne, Larry, all you guys out there. Yeah, and of course I know the wife, Erica, and my best buddy Yodi. They're all watching this morning too. So
shout out to Kentucky. Now, I wonder when Bobby gets back to Kentucky if that group of friends he just shouted out there are going to give him a hard time for going Hollywood on him. You know, a lot of times you see that, man. Hey, you blew up and you left us
this
behind.
has
You
been
sold out.
our main bait.
You know?
This whole tournament's been this Zoom speed worm, and basically just slowly swimming along the bottom, and you don't even feel the bite. Next thing you know, your line is just swimming off. You got to watch your line because they'll just take off swimming with it, and you'll never even know you had one. So.
Bradley, how many bass have been weighed in on a Zoom speed worm in the state of Florida?
That was the first one ever caught.
Ever.
We got some isolated grass out in this little canal here. And it seems like every time you get close to some of these bigger clumps, it'll have quite a few fish in them. So if you catch one, you want to get right back out there, you know, because once you get that little grass group fired up, then you can hopefully keep them going and get you, 4 or 5 in a row. So I was hoping to get 4 or 5 like him in a row, but
some states have the state bird, the state flower. Florida's state fishing lure is the speed worm, I feel like. As commissioner of the MPFL Lure Association, I've dubbed the speed worm the state worm.
I like how you're self-appointed commissioner
Yeah.
of all these
I've really
things.
taken over since Dudley's not here this week. I'm just
David,
they've
you
given
bet-
me full reign.
You
It's
better
been bad.
David, you need to hurry back.
Went and ran around that same golf course last night to fish some golf course ponds, Bradley. The security guards didn't seem to enjoy that near as much as myself and a couple of the MPFL crew, but
you told them you were
it was worth
commissioner.
it. Good stuff from Bobby Lanham here on the Harris Chain of Lakes.
Yeah, it was catching a lot of fish during
We're gonna take a
pre-fish
quick
on
break.
spinnerbait, but it seems like the conditions just haven't been right for the spinnerbait.
Take a quick break from live action. Get a good look at our sponsors here that make all this possible. The National Professional Fishing League. We'll see you on the other side for more NPFL Live from the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down. Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain, to a guy that put on a fireworks show yesterday.
Tell me when.
Topwater Frog.
Now?
David Gaston from Alabama.
Okay.
This guy, with what he is doing and the area he is in, is the scariest guy here to all of them if it goes off.
Without a doubt. This area known for giants. He showed that yesterday. Very popular area over in Lake Griffin, the Emerald Marsh area.
I'm glad. Don't see 30 boats around him. That's a good sign.
All right, David, how you feeling on Championship Saturday?
I feel like
What's been going on?
Well, so far, the wind has slacked off a lot than what it has been. I need a good shot. I feel like to make these fish set up better to bite. And if it got a little bit more overcast, that'd be phenomenal. To get them out in these holes where you can actually catch them, because that's just, I feel like I'm wasting my time flipping. I flipped 2 days in a row in here. All my fish come off a frog. I've had 4 bites this morning and caught 3 of the 4 bites. I got 3 fish for maybe 3 pounds. I got some little bitty rats, but you know, the only thing it takes is 3 fish in here. You can have a really big bag. So it's not like I'm just trying to come in here and set the world on fire. Love to, but I just need 3 bites, big bites, to put me up where I need to be. And, you know, if you can get some 2-pounders to go with them 3 big bites, you're in a good shape. It's just working on getting the big bites the problem. You know, every day I come in here, and I went down the same stretch I started on the first day in here. I didn't practice in here. I just showed up the first day of the tournament because I wasn't on nothing on the main lake, and I didn't want to flip Kissimmee grass. And I felt like if I stayed out there, I could only catch 12 pounds. So I said, well, I'll just come in here and try to see if I can catch a fish. If I catch a fish, I don't. And ended up catching a big bag and having a shot at a really big bag first day, then a giant bag yesterday. I had a missed opportunity, but
You're good to find that $50,000 check back here,
huh? It's back here. You just gotta get them in the boat. That's the problem, and get them to bite. You don't need 5 out of here. That's for sure. As big as they are. If you can catch them on a frog, it's even better. No, there's a guy in here with me 2 days in a row. He's somewhere way over there. He's been flipping. You know, he's coming out of here with just, you know, with nothing hardly. And it's so hard to flip this because there's so many targets. I can throw this frog, cover so much more water, and just hit the high percentage places, or it's got a point of hydrilla, or there's a hole in the mat or something. And that will, I just feel like I'd rather do that, hit, you know, these spots that are open and the points of it, than trying to flip everything, because I can hit everything with a cast distance away instead of being on top of it flipping. I ain't been down this way yet, so I'm gonna get on here and see if I can catch a fish.
Can you update those who are watching how many fish you got this morning so far?
I have 3 fish. 3 fish for 3 pounds, probably. I mean, they're rats. I don't see how
So
they
he
even
has
pull
3
the
for
frog
like
underneath
12
it.
pounds. By David Math.
That's all gonna change, though. We'll catch a big and then get the ball moving. It only takes 1 bite, so. Been throwing the same frog all week. Well, not the exact same frog, but you catch 1 big one on it. It seems like they sink every time, knocks holes in them.
You gonna throw that fat cat tarantula today?
No, I don't believe that's gonna work for me today. Maybe it's a good luck charm. He shouldn't have left it in the boat. He ain't gonna get it back after this. Or I might give it back to him after this, depending on how this day goes. But anyways,
so I heard
man,
about
I just
this
gotta,
yesterday. This is a
I know I'm
secret
gonna have to
fat
have
cat tarantula top
20 pounds
that he left in David's boat for
to
him.
win. At least 20 at the minimum. That's very possible to do. But saying it and doing it's 2 different things. Stay plugging at it all day. I got a lot. I was in here the earliest I've been in here all week. I'm gonna get out later than I've ever been in here all week, so.
Scary.
That could be
Yes,
a
indeed.
tremendous benefit for me.
So he left here, what, 12:30 yesterday?
Yeah.
Just spent, 4 hours
I just
in
need a
here
lot
max.
more wind. If I get some wind going, it's gonna be ugly. Maybe if that front will come on and blow through and get close to us and start acting up, get some goofy weather coming in, I could trigger them to get them to bite. But if it gets slick and calm and sunny, I'm in trouble.
You know, have a limit and, you know, have a little bit more weight than I have, but they have been eating it a little weird, and I haven't been able to stay hooked up on them. So I just caught a small one. It barely touched 12, and then it wouldn't touch 12, and then it would have been my 5th one. And so I just threw her back because sometimes she'll touch and sometimes she wouldn't. I measured her for a little bit, and I just ended up throwing her back because, I mean, I got 7 more hours of fishing. If I can't catch 1 more, then I suck. So we're gonna stick with it. It'll pick up here soon and we'll start catching some fish. So, but as of right now, it's been pretty slow. So we're just gonna keep plucking away. We'll get after them here in a second.
I think River has averaged more flips than any other angler over the course of the 3 days. I bet the number is astronomical. He is a machine gun up there.
And the other guys we're seeing on the Kissimmee grass flipping pattern are also mixing in a lot of other things at times, right? They'll come up on a dock, they'll skip a chatterbait under a dock, they'll see a grass clump out off the front of the Kissimmee grass, they'll throw out their river, one rod tide. River, who had a disappointing situation happen down at Wright Patman at our last event. Had his day one weight disqualified due to a rule infraction. Just a mental slip up on the water there day one, and came back to have 2 good days at Wright Patman, and then it's been in the mix from day one here at the Harris Chain.
Day one was his big day here. Yesterday he had a great day. He had solid fish all the way through, but he did not get a big bite yesterday. And today may be the day.
Yeah, nothing really over 4 pounds yesterday, but just solid quality fish every time we saw him swing yesterday.
We haven't seen him hit his potential weight yet. You know, day one, he came in early. He was worried about some fish carrier stuff. He was on a long day that day, and he went ahead and decided to come in early. That held him back. And then yesterday, obviously, he was flip-flopped, so he was very first flight, short day, cloud cover. Today, he's got full sun and all day. Today could very easily be his best day of the event.
River Lee working that Kissimmee grass. And over to John Sokup, working the Kissimmee grass program as well. He's out of the jungle and bringing the pain.
This guy's something else.
Reading the environment, dude. I've been telling myself for the last hour that's what I'm supposed to be doing, right? It's not a big one, but it's 1 3/4. Happy. What I like about that whole situation, what you guys couldn't see, is the grass shook like crazy, which means he was feeding. It's Florida. One thing I've been learning about it is the way the fish bite will tell you big time whether you're doing the right thing or not. Those frog fish in there, they weren't eating it right. Wasn't doing the right thing. That flip right there, 194, he shook the whole area. It means he's in there feeding, he's doing what he needs to be doing, which means I'm doing what I need to be doing. So as long as this sun stays out here, we're gonna start getting bit. Hey, that's number 5 too. Hey, it's good. You got 5. They ain't big. We gotta report these things back to Luke Duncan and Bradley. Brag a little bit, tell them what we've done. 7 pounds. Look at that. 7 pounds. Why does 7 pounds seem so hard? Show a little love to what's brought me here, man. Got me these guys.
Would that be a shout out to the, what is he flipping?
Did you see me cock back for a second?
Oh man, I hope it's not
what I think it is. Shaking. I mean, the bush. I'm from Oklahoma, man. All we do is flip bush.
Is it a Bradley
I saw
Holman
that, the
special?
grass shaking.
I don't know. I don't know
like
what he's
bush
flipping.
Fish would, like
I thought he was getting a chocolate donut out.
And so I was ready to set
It's
this up
either
early,
a,
but I was like, make sure
it
you
looks
got
like a
make
trick
sure
stick, but
Okay. Back to listening to the gut. No more trying things out because I want to. You can't fish history here, man.
yeah.
It's a little touch of wind, not a whole lot. Just the calmest spot on the Winnie Bank is where we're at.
He gets dialed as fast as any guy I think that we get lucky enough to cover out here on MPFL Live.
Look,
But
right
the thing
back
I
to
noticed
the-
right there,
The buddy he was competing with.
once we hear that hookup giggle,
Ooh,
hookup
man.
laugh, that's when I
Couple
start
times in
worrying
practice,
for
I've
the
seen
other guys a little bit.
Grass shake like that.
He's got to.
They were real big in that bit, so I was excited. But
Well, John, like I said last night, that he ran into a stretch where he had fished for a long time, close to an
Could've
hour,
flipped him
flipping the
earlier,
grass
but
and not had a
because of the way
bite.
he
And he
did,
got
he
to
came
one
out.
little
That's
stretch,
what
and
the
he
big
caught
ones do.
8 in
I
a
was
very
checking
short
his size
window.
before I went to
One being a
pulling
6-pounder.
on him real hard.
John started the day in 3rd place, and we're going to go over now to our day 3, our leader, who's had a hold of the lead the entire time, Mr. Boomer. Jake Boomer grabbed the lead on day 1 and refuses to let go. A little slower start, and we see Brady's moved away from that hydrilla.
But we've seen Boomer make some moves
That's
like
right.
this week. This is not uncommon for him.
One of these days I'm gonna pull up one of those and it's gonna be a 5-pounder, I promise. Hey buddy, hey, oh, sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. You're so stinking ornery. Hey. Don't make me have to talk to your mom. Because I'm gonna catch your mom later and her and I are gonna talk about your attitude.
Boomer hopes he
You'll
gets
be
to talk
okay
to
in there,
Fish's
right?
mom.
I'm gonna come back through here this afternoon and I'm gonna bust them. There's so, look, I mean, like we haven't touched the trolling motor. Look how fast we're moving. There's so much current right here.
Probably why they feed here.
What's that?
Probably why they feed here, because everything in the whole lake gets pushed up here real quick in one consolidated area.
Yeah.
I believe that's Jake's first
All I know is
keeper
that I'm a
of
knucklehead from the
morning.
northwest, and current is everything where I'm from. So everything, all year long. You base every decision you make on the current, even in the spring.
Ones, but you know, you gotta practice a little
Boomer.
bit tournament days too. You can't just you don't always have it figured. I don't always have it
Back
figured
over to
out.
hookup.
Sadly, we're calling.
Familiar look from
I'm gonna
John.
Put these babies on a
Multiple
balance.
bites
Put them on a balance beam or-
in one stretch.
Good night.
He did mention in that stretch yesterday where he caught the 6-pounder, the first 2 or 3 bites were like this. And then, boom, big one.
I'm gonna just go with number 1 was the smallest. There's some.
What do you think, Luke? You think those fish are
think number 2 is
resident of the grass in groups, or do you think they swim up there together
really touch.
and coming in and out like a school?
I think that's what you get into when you hear these guys say, oh man, I got 8 bites and I turned around, and I think it's because you caught all of them. I think you get these little, we call them wolf packs, you know, little pods of fish, and I think they just travel along those grass edges. There might be a hard spot in that grass that they're all congregated around, or a brim bed, something we can't see, right? Little group of shad, maybe they're following bait fish. And I think these guys, when you hear them talk about, man, I go for miles down this stretch, I think they collide, you know, at some point. I just don't think these fish are set up everywhere. You see these mile-long stretches. I don't think they're, you know, there's not bass every 2 or 3 feet. And I think that's what we see. And right here, you start getting a little activity. You never know what. I've heard from this guy named Bradley Hallman this week that the best chance you've got to catch a fish is the next cast after you catch a bass, right?
Yeah, that's your highest percentage. Highest percentage cast in bass fishing is the cast after you either just caught one or got a bite.
He's proven you're right. We've seen that a lot this week.
I'm gonna actually adjust my weights too. We got a little more weight than I.
John unofficially in 2nd place on our Way Live leaderboard. Of course, all these things will become official this afternoon, 3 p.m. Venetian Gardens, Leesburg, Florida. The drive-through weigh-in will bring all these guys and their boats and trucks through. We'll crown a champion. And if you are in the area, Please come out and see us. Public is welcome. Lots of things going on. You can meet Fat Cat Newton. Get a hug, get a picture.
He's signing babies.
Yes. You might see Bradley Hallman standing on the dock. You might see him driving a truck.
Or carrying out the trash.
Carrying out the trash. We are all over that way in, man. All over. 3 p.m. Venetian Gardens.
Now we're in the run-ins, dude. Oh gosh, number 1 and number 3 are probably identical size. Oh well, man. God's been good, dude. Seriously, I'm blessed. So I have nothing to. If that's what I weigh in today, dude, I hope I have a good mind. You know what I mean? I don't want to be. No one likes a sore loser, dude. Even the sore losers don't like themselves when they're doing that. And I've been one too much in my life, so that's experience talking there, ain't it? We called it though, didn't we?
Immediately updating that way live out. My man, hook up, soak up.
Not only is he an instinctual fisherman, he is very analytical as well.
Is he ever?
He has both going. He is a mathematician on everything.
Yes.
And I mean everything.
Yeah, every move is calculated for sure.
Didn't even have that, so.
And you know, the thing about that is Keith Carson, another guy, very analytical. It's funny how that works out. We cover both of those guys a lot. Over to Bryant Smith, currently our leader, unofficially. Got off to a quick start with a limit this morning. Now he's moved to the Kissimmee grass flipping program that we see so many of our anglers sticking with. And a flying fish.
I don't think he's going to help. But, check it real quick. Came back to...
Is he better than 1 3/4?
No, I don't think he is. I don't even remember what my small one is. I just get real paranoid about it. That's a good sign. I can get one of those. So if I can get some of those fish to bite that were blowing up and all this stuff, I'd be all right with that.
Bryant Smith's had a good morning.
So we know there's a bunch of fish here.
Fast start.
He's got a fast start to the morning. He's got a nice little base limit to start the day, which has him in first place on our leaderboard this morning.
Oh, the old flipping worm.
As Bryant works that Harris chain Kissimmee grass, we're going to pay some bills. Bradley, going to take a look at our fine sponsors here at the NPFL. Stop number 3, presented by Fisherman's Central. We'll see you on the other side for more live action from Lake County, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally. When I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
Welcome back to Leesburg, Florida. The Harris chain, and getting a look at Keith Carson here. Winner of our second event, Wright Patman Lake. Out there in Texarkana, Texas. And was the overwhelming favorite coming into this event. Started the day in 10th place. And Keith told me coming in, man, he was just hoping for a check. Hoping for a check, the Harris chain. It's hard to win on your home lake, Brad. Even though you know it so well.
The things that you know can become your demons.
Yes, very true. You can know too much at times.
Oh my God.
Saying some of...
It's like my first day fishing again.
Sounds like we're seeing a little prop bait action. It sounded like there.
Carson is one of the toughest anglers I have ever watched, mechanic-wise, to figure out what he is throwing, doing.
Has a very unique style, but he's very calculated with it. And we were talking about this last night. We watched it a lot at Wright Patman. He has certain actions he puts into every lure technique that he utilizes that you do not see other guys
absolutely
ever
do not see.
What we're trying to say here, people, is if you're watching Keith Carson, pay attention and take notes, because this man is a shallow water sniper.
I would suggest rewind and watch again.
Yes. From Keith Carson. Over to Bobby Wood.
Oh, man. I don't know why he didn't stay
Bobby
on.
Lanham.
I was just getting ready to put it to him.
Big fish, Bobby, this week.
No doubt about that. Sticking in those canals, like we've seen him do so much this week. He's done most of his damage shallow, but mixed in some offshore hydrilla a little bit.
There's another big one. Oh, my God. He's going to run. Come here. Yeah. That's what we were looking for, more of these. More.
Bobby Wood. He doesn't have his Hollywood glasses on, but he is sticking those quality fish like we've seen him do for 3 days.
All week long. Slow rolling that speed worm
he's
down the center of that
pretty
canal.
Close to 3 pounds. We'll take him.
Bobby Lanham.
3 pounds, 1 ounce.
Who has changed it up a little bit this morning, area-wise. We haven't seen him in this area the first 2 days.
There's your buddy there. Let me call the rest of the family up now.
Bobby's got that Peyton Manning hook set. Got that drop back. Takes a step or two back and then hammers down.
Rocking and rolling. Rocking and rolling. Hopefully he's got another couple more buddies out there. That's that same one. I don't know if it's the same fish, but it's about the same spot. So they're on that one little grass patch out there. Oh crap, now I gotta retie. I didn't want to do
Brad,
this whenever we got him
one
going.
thing, the overwhelming theme from 3 days of MPFL live coverage is if you want to come somewhere and catch some bass on vacation, the Harris Chain is a place you need to come visit, because you can catch them doing whatever you want to do in the canals, out on the lake, and it's full of big ones. It's full of quantity. It's an awesome fishery in here in Central Florida, Lake County. Over to our leader coming into today, Jake Boomer, the Kissimmee Grass program.
I think we're going to see a lot of this from a lot of our top 10 today, just because of the weather conditions. Jake's got his little sweet gold mine out there of a grass patch that he goes out randomly and checks, and then probably lets rest for a while and then goes back.
I'm going to call that the minefield. He goes out there for a couple explosions and then he goes in. See right here, bookends.
Hey! Notice how that doesn't work? The more I yell at them, they don't do anything.
Jake the El Presidente out at Alpha Angler Rods.
That last name's just so strong.
I know, it's not the monsters that I had before. Hey! You too. Calm down.
But conservation
gosh,
coal
I just
tag on that fish, TH Marine.
it just feels like a flipping day. The sun's out and it's a little bit, I don't know. I have this confidence, and I don't know where it comes from, that if I swing on one of these before today, that it's going to be one that'll go, that could help me win it.
There's one thing I've noticed that is common this week that we can definitely agree on. So we can rule this in for sure. We can make this a rule. The number one flipping bait on the Harris chain right now in the Kissimmee grass is definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, that stick bait.
Some form of stick bait. Insert favorite brand here.
And from talking to the anglers, it appears that the 3/4 ounce is the number one weight going around the questions that I've asked the guys. 3/4 ounce seems to be the one that they prefer the most, which is a little heavier than what most people would think of.
Absolutely. We talked a lot about that day one, the rate of fall. A lot of times when you're flipping, it can be a big deal. These guys are all going with the heavier weight this week. Over to Dale Prinky, Ohio angler. We spent a lot of time with yesterday, having a special event here at the Harris chain. A little tougher morning for Dale. Throwing a spinnerbait now. Looks like changing it up. He's been throwing a vibrating jig most of the week, mixing in some Kissimmee grass flipping, and found one magic boat dock on day one.
No, I was just doing the same thing I was doing yesterday. I don't know if I got to change something up. That's the question.
Dale faced a lot of health issues in his younger days, fought cancer, actually lost an eye to cancer, and has always found that he's at home in the outdoors, where he would rather be than anywhere is on the water, or loves to deer hunt up in Ohio, and has always dreamed of being a professional angler.
Or fishing pressure got to him. That's the biggest thing, I think.
I think Dale's done a lot of his damage on this stretch.
For sure.
This week.
You know, there have been several times he's talked about fishing pressure. A lot of fishing pressure from Dale himself, but also the other anglers, 103 other guys out here on the Harris chain. And when we have gone to Dale several times yesterday, there were other boats in the background.
That's
several
correct.
times. So
yes,
he's getting a little help on these stretches, I'm sure. And now you got local anglers mixed in.
Okay, better. Not a giant, but
Keith Carson.
Number 3. All right, just caught number 3. It's like my 70th bite of the day. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I've had a ton of bites. Only had three hookups right now, with keepers anyway. 225. So they're getting bigger. They're getting bigger. Yeah.
For just joining us, Keith said he's going to hit every spot on the Harris chain today where he's caught a bass over 7 pounds in his life, so he'll probably hit about 3,000 spots.
At least that one. See, that it's funny because like some of them smoke this worm and they actually get it like down their throats, and most of them don't. Most of the bites are really lousy. So, I don't know. We're gonna keep moving. Try to run into a couple giants today. Still got a lot to fish. I actually need to get moving, I think. What time is it? Oh, it doesn't say. Oh damn, it's already 10 o'clock. I'm only on my first spot. I gotta get going.
Many places
it's just
to
hard
fish.
to leave, you know.
That's that local.
The fish, they've been chasing shad in the middle,
deal.
schooling. I just had a big one on the spin rocket and lost it. So it's hard to leave when they're jumping in front of the boat like that. So I don't know. Just keep moving.
Luke, I love this guy. I do.
It's hard not to.
Any marketing directors out there watching this morning looking for a young horse to start placing your bets on? This one right here could be a Triple Crown winner in a few
Without
years.
a doubt.
You could make him the face.
Won a Bassmaster Open in December last year, the final Bassmaster Open of the year, to qualify him for next week's Bassmaster Classic. Then goes on to win the Wright Patman, the second event of the National Professional Fishing League, and then right here in our top 10. But Keith will get in the truck tonight.
I think they're going to.
He was telling me and start driving to Texas.
A couple clouds are starting to roll
practice
in.
for the Classic.
The next spot I'm going to is a better one, or I hope it's a better one. And so I was kind of waiting for the weather to change, and it's starting to change.
This guy is super talented.
No doubt about it. Keith's talking about the change is coming, and every time he's predicted that all week, it's definitely started to pop off here on the Harris chain, and we've had a lot of action this morning. Let's take a look back at some of the action we've seen in Leesburg, Florida on Showdown Saturday, stop number 3, the National Professional Fishing League. So look at Robbie Frazier, little boat-to-boat bonus action. Robbie climbing the leaderboard today. Jim Jones. Boat-to-boat Robbie Frazier, unofficially right now in 5th place. 14 pounds. Whoa. River Lee.
Just wrap them.
His hook sets are so impressive.
They really are. And so are those. John hookup, soak up.
I don't know what I'm going to put them on.
We've seen the John giggle this morning. Small limit in the boat for John, unofficially in 2nd place. Making small upgrades, but just a moment. Just any minute we can see one of those Harris chain mammoths come over the side of the boat. Any one of these anglers changed their day. Of course, Jake Boomer, our leader, coming into the day. Unofficially worked his way back to 4th place on a lot tougher
Oh my God.
day. So far, slower morning, and then
Yeah.
the man of MPFL Live so
That's what
far
we're
this
looking
morning,
for,
Bobby Wood.
boys.
Bobby Lanham,
3 pounds, 1 ounce.
Kentucky angler.
There's a big one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Every time he swings,
Hollywood.
it seems like it's a great quality fish all week. There it is, Bobby Wood. Having fun out there, which is what it's all about. Back live. Jim Jones. Jim, a long-time angler on the FLW Tour.
I believe Jim caught our largest bag of the event.
Quite a bit extra pressure
yesterday.
out today. This guy's out fishing, and then at least one other tournament going on. I think that's affecting it a little bit too, but
Jim currently in our holding down that big bite challenge, big bass, which will pay $6,000 at the end of the day as well. If we do not see.
Jim weighed in 22.10 yesterday for our largest bag so far of the event.
8-pound, 9-ounce Yaya here on the Harris chain yesterday. Jim loves to throw a swim jig, like a lot of Wisconsin anglers seem to do. Seems to be a strength for a lot of them, but Jim, been knowing Jim quite a while. Loves to throw a swim jig, loves to throw that vibrating jig. That's definitely what he is sticking with today here on the Harris Chain. We'll look at our top 10 anglers unofficially on the Way Live leaderboard. Of course, these can all be found at tnpfl.com all day long. The anglers enter their estimated weights into the Way Live app, and no surprise there. The Coles continue to happen for John Hookup Soakup, and he has taken the unofficial lead over Bryant Smith, California. Bobby Lanham, second place. Our day 2 leader coming into Showdown Saturday, Jake Boomer in 4th place. Robbie Frazier, a new name in the top 10. River Lee, who has been a constant in our top 10 this week, in 6th place. Matt Mollahan, a new visitor into the top 10 this morning. Joe Willert, Jay Willie from Minnesota with a 14-pound bag. We're hearing that he's way down in Dora. Bradley, we've been trying to catch up with Joel, and we're going to continue to try to do that as we go along today. But Dale Prinky, the Ohio angler, started the day in our top 5. Slipped down to 9th place. And David Gaston, who we heard from there, said he has 3 fishing on the Way Live app, showing 0. So we know he's got a little bit more than we're showing there. But 10th place, David Gaston from Alabama. 2nd place in the AOY coming in. The leaderboard brought to you by the Big Bite Challenge.
Down. I do this if I'm trying to say something to him.
Back over to Hookup.
Hockey hand, I call it.
Who has spent more time on an MPFL camera this year than he's spent at home, I believe.
The worst thing about having the camera on you all day is having to keep this.
Confirmed that with his wife at the weigh-in this afternoon.
Biggin.
Big Bad John.
Yes. It ain't a big one, but it makes me feel good. Yes, it does. We got the instincts. They're down here. So we just move them up to here and we start listening. Oh, we got him. You're gonna go 3. You're gonna go 3. Oh, his jaws.
A confident John Sukup
is a dangerous John Sukup. I'll just cut you off and say that. We've seen this so many times this year. This guy, when he starts to put it together, and it's early, a little after 10 on Showdown Saturday.
It's either number 1 or number 3. I don't know. I'm just going to call him.
Can we see in our inaugural season a 2-time winner?
Where are you settling at? It says 337.
Unbelievable.
We'll take it. We'll take it. 5 of those. Get the 3-pound bite going. That's what we needed. It's a good call.
Bradley, as we look at the weights this morning.
This little 2-pound jump.
We watched John Cole.
Listen to that gut, dude.
Will it take as much weight as we thought it would coming into the day?
Gut, and it's going to be on, baby.
To pull out the trophy.
I just can't.
You know,
seems to be tough.
I can't ignore
you just
it
never
and
know.
That I can
You
just,
never know in these
that
things.
I can fish history because I can't. It's not going to happen.
I think that with the field size, you know, at 100 boats, there's lots of room. This is a giant place. We've seen the weights come in day after day. I think you're going to have the weight.
It's been a tough morning, been a little rough morning, but that perks me up. That perks me up a lot. We still got a lot of room. We got 10 1/4 pounds, and we got a lot of little ones that we can pull out. So just sitting on it, man. He was just sitting on it. I could have missed him, you know, with how long he was sitting there. We get up to that juice, man, you just got to stay around the juice. It's very important.
This guy's becoming a monster.
You know, Bradley, I think he's been a monster, but now the world is getting to see the monster known as hook up, soak up.
Here. I got an identical rod rigged up, so when I have to retie, I don't have to retie right there. I can just go grab it. I'm going to set that right there.
We're going to go over to the Big Cat Cam. Catch up with Travis Jewell. The Big Cat out there working hard on the water.
It's a huge fish. He's on a huge fish. Travis Jewell on a huge one. He's already been fighting the fish for about 30 seconds. Coming up on a minute. It just came out of the water. It sounded like somebody dropped a cinder block right beside the boat. It is a hog. Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Lord.
He's bringing all the way around the boat. It's his second time around the boat. Get your hand in the mouth, Bobby. Boom goes a dynamite. That's a strong one, folks. And that right there is what you are seeing on the west side of Lake Harris all week long. The west side of this lake has been producing those high-quality big belly Kellys. That right there, man, AOI points. Meat in the box. Travis Jewell, the farmer.
Absolute giant. Yaya on the Harris chain. So many names for these big bass, Bradley. Do you have one for that?
I do.
Let's hear it.
Ooh-ah bass.
Ooh-ah bass, huh?
It's the kind you bring in to weigh in and everyone goes, ooh, ah.
That's going to be one of those at the drive-through weigh-in, to say the very least, for Travis Jewell. Congratulations on that. Could be a $6,000 bass. Big bite challenge. Big bass will pay $6,000, and holy cow, what a fish.
Great coverage.
The Big Cat has been on it this week, man.
Definitely brought his A game to the Harris chain. And our favorite place to be.
Emerald Marsh.
I could literally just sit and watch this camera right here all day and never watch another one.
Just because you know the potential. Frog bites are just some of the greatest things to ever happen in the history of bass fishing.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Finally. A decent one. He's not a big one. Not by no means, but I'm gonna have to have him. Look at that frog. Look at there. That's what I'm talking about. Solid 3-pound fish. Yeah, I ain't gonna put him on a cold tag. It'd be hard to call that one out. About dropped him in there.
Quality fish. Wonder who this is in the background. If that's one of our MPFL anglers there, you see.
Friends and neighbors.
Friends and neighbors, as I always say, right there. You get a lot of friends and neighbors when you're David Gaston catching big ones on a frog. To say the very least. While Gaston clears the trolling motor, we're going to pay some bills. Take a look at our fine sponsors here that make all this possible. We appreciate each and every one of you joining us on Showdown Saturday here at the Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida. We'll see you on the other side for more live action.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner out at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
We are back live. Harris Chain, DJ Evans.
Mr. Las Vegas.
Thanks to all of our sponsors. Make all this possible. Over 20 hours of live coverage, Bradley. And gotta say, is here on Showdown Saturday. Thanks for being with us this week, brother. It's been a good time having you in the MPFL Live studio.
You have no idea how much I've enjoyed myself.
We've been knowing each other a lot of years, and it's always fun when we get to catch up because we fished the same tournament trail for years and years. And then last year, you went one way, I went the other, and it's been a good time catching up this week. And you've brought it. You filled in the Double D shoes.
Well, they were big shoes to try
while
to fill.
He's been up there in Tennessee. Of course, for those of you that missed live yesterday, we actually got Double D on Skype, and he was shirtless. So always flexing on him. David Dudley, who's fishing his own tournament this week. We wish him the best of luck. I think we're going to go back over to the Big Cat, who's doing work out there on the Harris Chain. Fat Cat Newton bringing us all the goods all week. And just before we went to that last break, caught up with a giant with Travis Jewell. Let's get back over to the Big Cat. Get a little update from the Harris Chain.
All right, folks, here we are with another on-the-water update here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. We are still on Lake Harris. Guess where we're at? We're on the west side because the west side seems to be where the party is at. When we came, we started on the east side. Over there we saw Hunter Bauman this morning. And also on the east side we did see Matt Mollahan. Matt Mollahan has had a great day with some bad things happening. He was fishing. He was doing something I have not seen anybody else do a whole lot of. He was throwing a spinnerbait this morning, trying to capitalize on what's left of that shad spawn. He said the shad spawn, they are up in that water so shallow that you wouldn't believe it, is what he told me. He said where the cypress are, that little bit of shade, those shad are really relating to it, and they are getting crushed by all the big belly kellies up there in that shallow stuff. That's why that spinnerbait's doing so good. When we finally saw him, he was fishing the edge of that Kissimmee, and he said he's having some short strikes. He lost a 6 and a 4 this morning, which would have put him over 20 pounds when we saw him earlier. But he said what happens is those fish are coming out of that Kissimmee to smack that spinnerbait, and they're almost getting a good look at it. He likes fishing that spinnerbait back in that shallow, thicker, nastier stuff. He actually got his boat hung up yesterday in between a cypress and a dock. He had to push that boat out. He's fishing in the thickest, nastiest stuff he could. Matt Milahan's on his way to Door, so we came to the west side to find Robbie Frazier, and we found a whole lot more than we were expecting. As we come over this way, the boats were stacked up like cordwood on the shoreline above this point. It must be 15 boats over there. You've got your local guys. You got some high school kids out here. There's a couple tournaments going on today, so really populated a little south on the west side. Work our way down to Robbie. Robbie's fishing a Kissimmee line. He's fishing these seawalls, and he's really catching this fish closer to the trees. He says the fish are relating to those trees and the seawalls better than the Kissimmee. He's also doing something I haven't seen a whole lot of. He's flipping like a bunch of guys, but a bunch of the guys are flipping those 5-inch dark color stick baits. He's flipping a creature bait, a beaver style bait, also mixing it in with that 1/2-ounce sinker on his stick bait like a lot of the guys are doing. He's also throwing his Senko weightless on a spinning rod when he gets around the wood. He had told us about it. He's like, yeah, when I get around the wood, I'll skip that Senko up around the trees. Next cast, he got one. But we haven't seen him put one in the box. He's already got a good box. We haven't seen him catch 1 over 2 pounds here. While we were watching Robbie, you hear, whoa, kabloosh, sound like somebody dropped the center block. Look over, and Travis Jewell is just battling a monster, running around the boat 2 or 3 times. Jake Shawls is over here too. He's being the cheerleader. We saw him catch a couple, but he's over here rooting them on. The energy is good. The fish catching, I think, is just getting started. We might see the big fish for the day or the week, if I can get my words right, today. So you guys make sure you tune in, stay with us, and all that good stuff. We're going to find some more guys boat flipping 10-pounders, and we'll see you soon.
Good stuff from the Big Cat, as always, doing work out there on the water. Bebopping and flip-flopping, Bradley. That's what the Big Cat likes to refer to that as. And we've gone to a quad box now.
Shaking hips and eating chips.
That's what he said we do in this. Flapping our lips and eating chips, I think, was the comment yesterday about our in-studio activities. He thinks we're just in here living it up. And then he posts some videos from yesterday out on the IG.
We should try to get that up.
We should get that up. I don't know if we can play the song for copyright reasons, but he was just out there singing, having a big time under a bridge yesterday. The Red Hot Chili Peppers coming from the Big Cat. If you follow Fat Cat Newton on Instagram, you want to go check that out. It's worth a watch this morning. But right now, back to our quad box with Jake Boomer, our days 1 and 2 leader, Bryant Smith, who sits unofficially in second place right now, Bobby Lanham, Bobby Wood, Mr. Hollywood himself, and John Hookup Soakup, who's unofficially sitting at the top of our Way Live leaderboard right now, which will become official starting at 3 p.m. this afternoon, Venetian Gardens. Be sure to come out if you're in the Central Florida area. Lots to see. Come meet our anglers. Come meet Fat Cat Newton. And listen to Big Al McCullough lose his voice screaming about all these Harris Chain giants coming across the stage. And one of the most important things to me about the weigh-in, other than the fact that it makes everything official, is it's kind of tells the entire story, right, Brad? We go off the air today at 1 p.m., and there's a lot of fishing time after that. So once we go off the air, lots of moving and shaking seems to be happening every day. So first 2 days, we broadcast till 2. Today we go off the air at 1. And all these anglers, from talking to them at the weigh-in, seem to be making huge moves in the afternoon. So whatever the story is at 1 p.m. here on NPFL Live,
it's just the beginning.
It's just the beginning, most likely, today. Hook up, soak up. Doing what he does right there in the quad box.
I don't think that one's going to help him much.
Seeing Jake Boomer up there in that right-hand corner of the quad box, has slid back out to that offshore hydrilla, the minefield, hoping for fireworks. Looks like he...
Nice little hook sit there.
Looks like he almost made me look like a genius. Back to hook up. Not gonna help.
When I get that, huh?
I need confirmation. Is that a bag of baits or a bag of donuts?
That is what we call the Big Bite grab bag.
Okay, it's a grab bag. That's when you know you like a bait, when you got a bag of them that big.
Well, we just caught us another
It's basically like a bucket.
Joined the Dink Festival. That's not what we want. We want big fish. So I'm just hunting right now. We did get a 3.5 earlier. So we've got one of the 5 that we need. We got a 5-fish limit. We only got one that we really like. We got another 2.5. The rest are really tiny fish. So I'm putting the trolling motor not on high, but I'm putting it faster than everybody else, I'll tell you that. And I'm just covering water right now, and I'm trying to stumble into a group of fish. I'm playing around a little bit with wind. I'm playing around with no wind. Right now I'm playing with no wind. And I'm fishing an area that I'm not really too thrilled about. Matter of fact, I was about to leave when I got that bite. So I'm doing like it says. I'm proving all things, man. I'm gonna hold fast to something that's good that happens, man. Some fish show up, and when you get around them, they'll tell you they're there. So that's what we're doing. We're hopping around right now, flipping. And as long as this weather looks like this is what I'm gonna do the rest of the day. 1 o'clock, those clouds roll in. I was telling John, the camera guy, earlier that once we find an edge, another 2 hours of this sun pushes those fish to these edges. And once we find those fish on that edge, once that weather changes around 1 o'clock, those fish will still be on that edge, and they'll kick off for another hour or 2. Now the canal bites and things like that will turn on after about an hour of that weather front coming in. So those guys, you're gonna see a lot of guys catching them on frogs and stuff when that happens. But I'll still have another hour or 2 of edge bite because they've already set up. Now, if it got cloudy early this morning and hadn't got sunny, these fish will not get set up on these edges. So like I said, the sun's gonna come up, push these fish to these edges, they're gonna settle in, and they're gonna start getting ready to bite, and then the front's gonna come in and they're gonna turn on. So this thing is not going out of my hands today. I wanna be there when it happens, and hopefully swing on some big ones. That is the goal. I caught a 5.5 yesterday on a frog, but everything I've caught all week, got our little big bite bag here, little stick bait, and then my big dog, the 1.5 ouncer with a BFE, little love for Bradley Hallman there. When it gets really thick, that's what I punch into. It's sitting right here. I haven't caught any giants on it, but I've caught a lot of 2.5s is my average fish on that. If it was to say sunny all day long and not get cloudy at all, we'd go up like this, like Dave is up there, and we'd punch is what we do. We'd find us a bunch of mats and nasty stuff that no one can cast into, and we'd, put a 1.5 ounce and a BFE on them. So that is what we are doing. Stick baiting and BFE.
For those of you that don't understand the shout out right there, maybe to Hallman, he has a bait on the front deck that just so happened to be designed by my co-host. Listen, I knew you were dialed, right? Like you've been dialed all week, but then when you get a shout out, normally I get a shout out from the guys just because I give them a hard time, right? It's never like, hey, Luke put me on this. He's fishing for $50,000 with a bait my co-host designed.
Hey man, come on down.
It doesn't get a lot better than that.
Come on down.
The best flipper ever.
So that's what BFE stands for.
Okay, okay.
Best flipper ever.
I thought you were going the other direction. I was just talking about that.
Is that what people refer to you as? Best flipper ever?
Okay.
No, right now I'm referring to John.
defer.
Defer, yeah. Deferring to John.
Deferring to John.
Without a doubt.
John is a walking bass tank breakdown. It's amazing, man. Hearing his thought process at all these events so far this year, just so awesome.
John told me last night that an interesting fact of this flipping bite.
Get a shot at for him.
That the last 2 foot of that grass.
This thing. So I got a one
right here. More Bradley Hallman love live.
And the body of it's real fat, so and it's got this slot here, so I can take a 4-aught hook and slide it in there. And this thing is so protected, I can punch it in the thickest of stuff. And then when they, I mean, you don't miss them. When they eat it, they get it. This is the BTL color. It's like a June bug, and it's got some chartreuse, which I like this because I think it looks kind of like a bluegill flashing, you know, the belly of a bluegill. But yeah, if the sun stays up much more, this thing will be in my hands. You'll see me getting this real thick stuff, and I'll punch in it. But on the outside edge, it's I'm throwing the little stick worm on the outside edge.
I feel honored right now.
Man.
God.
Humbling.
I'm like,
I'll tell the old boys,
secondhand excited right here.
That 3.5-pound bite, we were back in the canal fishing, frogging for an hour, trying to keep them honest, and they would come up on the frog and just swirl and not bite. And so I knew, man, the sun was out. I was doing the wrong thing. I was in an area that has fish, but I was doing the wrong thing. So I kept on saying I need to get out. So I got out and we went to flipping because the sun's been out. And I came around the corner, and when I flipped in, the whole grass mat just shook, whoosh. And then I got bit, and dude, that one bite told me exactly, this is what the difference in Florida, learning how to read how the fish bite will tell you so much. If they're finicky on it, what you're finding out is you're in an area their fish are in, but they're not ready to go. So you either find something different, or it's time to find a different area, a different technique. And so for me, the areas have been very important. Not necessarily spots at all. It's picking the pattern of the environment and how the wind or the thickness of the grass or the no wind, how it really affects the fish, and then targeting the fish using that information. And what I mean by that is there's a bank over on the North Shore. We're on the south side now. The reason I came over to the south side because I wanted to run some calm stuff, and the wind's been blowing out of the south for the last 3 days. So that's why we're over here. I haven't fished this in practice not once, so I've never been here. But I'm over here because it's the calmest section besides all this boat traffic here. Now on the north side I started today, you can get a little chop on the north side because they're feeding on different bait. On the north side there's shad. Over here there's not shad. It's needlefish, sunfish, and maybe you get some of those minnows and fry, but all that stuff comes up to the surface when it gets real hot and real calm. And they come out to the edge and they roam around the edge, and those big fish pull out of the edge too, and they feed on needlefish, sunfish, and that fry. Minnows and fry and shiner and stuff like that. So that's why you need the calm over in this part of the world. If I was to look on my live scope and see shad everywhere, it didn't matter if it's blowing 30 miles an hour, I can get bit. Like, there's a little blow up there. It's the kind of stuff you need to hear, man. You want to be in an environment where they're blowing up and stuff. Oh, the other thing, when it gets real calm, they're feeding on dragonflies. So when I'm punching, that's one of the key things I'm looking for, is an area with a lot of dragonflies over big matted stuff. They're absolutely hammering those things. But once again, you can't do it in the clouds. Not the same. You need that sun to really push that envelope. So that's the reason why some guys are getting bitten. Some guys are saying I need the wind, and some guys are saying they need the calm. Is not necessarily because one's better than the other. It depends on which bank. Like if this bank was getting blown in with a north wind, I wouldn't be here. I'd be gone because there is no shad, and there's no shad over here, and there hasn't been all week. So I think these fish in Florida get really accustomed to settling in on a pattern, man. They don't like a lot of change. So they get 3 or 4 days of consistency, which we had 3 or 4 days a week, 2 weeks of just straight, east wind out here. And so the fish on these banks set up in a certain pattern and way because it was consistent. And then boom, like it always happens on tournament day, the wind decided to switch directions and go out of south. So we've had a shakeup of the environment. Now we're day 3 and things are maybe starting to settle in on a little bit of a pattern for these fish. Well, they keep on blowing up behind us, don't they?
Good stuff from hookup right there, always breaking it down. And something that you notice about guys like John and Keith Carson and so many of our MPFL anglers is just the attention to detail, you know, and I think that's what separates the guys, you know, that are just out here having fun on a Saturday trying to catch a few bass from the guys that are super dialed in,
not really big on
trying to win 50,000.
Not for big fish. For numbers, yes. But for those big fish, you got to get in that thick. You got to get in that thick stuff. So if you look, this grass right here is really thin, and then it starts thickening up, and you got a thick edge next to a thin edge. So I'm actually going to take my boat back in here, and I'm going to actually start hitting that thick edge all the way through. And so it's just little things like that that are very important to pick up on. Very important. Keeping your bait in the right spot for the most amount of time is it's everything in Florida. So knowing how to read that stuff and knowing where to, you know, where to flip, where to slow down, get your foot off the trolling motor versus fly down the bank.
John unofficially sits at the top of our leaderboard, but we've got a lot of moving and shaking going on. Joel Willert, who we're getting reports is down on Dora. Long ways from John here on the Harris. Unofficially with 18 pounds, 6 ounces, has moved all the way into third
Get some
place.
bigger bites going though.
And another angler that I see making a big jump with one of the biggest stringers so far unofficially today, Dennis Cameron, has moved into 11th place with 19 pounds, 12 ounces. Over to Jim Jones, angler who weighed in the biggest stringer of the week, holding on to that Big Bite Challenge big bass right now after the day 2 weigh-in. Happen to be standing right there.
Come here.
See adjustments being made, Bradley, because Jim has been primarily throwing moving baits. You know, talking to him yesterday all week. Looks like he's starting to slow down and pick some of this Kissimmee grass apart.
I've been watching all 10 of our cameras that we've got here in studio, and I've been counting, and I believe we have at any point we have 5 to 6 anglers of our 10 that are on camera flipping Kissimmee grass. So we have half the guys just on our camera set. That's what they're doing today.
Coming in today, though, out of that top 3, primarily Jake Boomer, David Gaston, not doing their damage in the Kissimmee grass. We've seen Jake switch it up to that a little bit today, but his fireworks primarily coming on that offshore hydrilla. What do you think that those bass think in that situation right there? Like, they're thinking, man, I got to get my life together. What's going on, man? Like, what? One minute I'm over there, now I'm over here, hanging with this dude, literally hanging. What's the deal?
They're probably blinded by the sun.
It's like,
I can't see.
Help.
It's the light.
Help. Then they get put in a tiny box. Yeah. I always wonder that. Some of them may enjoy it.
All right.
These boats are pretty cool. These guys are in out here.
What did I say? Oh, the brain of Luke Duncan.
Let me tell you something. It is a scary place to be
for a little while.
It's terrifying at times, guys. Sorry. And also, Bradley, I don't have that thing that's a filter between my brain and my mouth sometimes that certain people have. They're blessed with. I do not have that.
We are aware.
It's a blessing and a curse at times.
We are all very aware.
We are now for sure. Back over to River Lee, who's trying to have a conversation with a bass. Keep moving up that leaderboard.
It's still tough, guys. Still tough. Still only got about 5.5, 6 pounds. And, I've had a couple more bites, but they're just small. So I have no idea why. I guess with the no wind and stuff making it tougher, and this stretch has been getting pounded on for the last 3 days, so I guess it's finally feeling the pressure from everybody beating on it. So, but I'm gonna live or die on this stretch and one other stretch, and just hope I come in a couple more big ones. I've got nothing else to do. It's the only thing I found in practice. So we're just gonna stick with it.
River has been the most dedicated. You brought that up earlier.
Sure. Unofficially sliding down the leaderboard a little bit further than we've seen him all week. He's stayed up at the top from right out of the giddy on day one. Now we're seeing him in 8th place unofficially. Of course, all of these weights can be found on tnpfl.com under the Weigh Live leaderboard. These guys estimate their weight, put it in the Weigh Live app, because I yell at them at every pre-tournament meeting that they have to do that. It just helps us keep up with the game. It's going on out on the water, 103 different boats. It's a lot to cover. Of course, we have cameras on the top 10 today.
Luke, you would be very mad at me if I was part of that. I would be the world's worst at keeping your numbers entered for you.
Well, you're getting on a roll. You know, time is money in the sport of professional bass fishing. We talk about it so much. And when you get a bite, something that clues you in, sometimes you don't want to take that extra minute to log those weights in, and I understand that.
No, my problem would be more mechanical, just like today. No cell phone.
Yeah, that's right. Good to have a bit of an issue this morning, Bradley.
Leave my scale in the rain.
Just
many problems.
Lots of issues. Lots of issues for Bradley Hallman sometimes in life. One issue we do not have is with our fine sponsors of the National Professional Fishing League. We're going to take a look at those right now. And we'll see you on the other side of this break with more action on the Harris Chain as things are heating up on Showdown Saturday.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
Back over to Bobby Wood. Bobby Lanham showing out a little bit this morning. Mr. Hollywood himself. He dubbed himself that. For anybody watching just now, tuning in. Bobby threw on some swag. Sunglasses had the drip.
The drip.
Uh-oh.
My favorite is when the camera guys rat me out. Like, hey, he's talking about you.
What are they doing? They looking at my
I have
mudfish?
to deal with him at the weigh-in. Then I have to deal with Bobby at the weigh-in. He's an intimidating dude.
Oh, we are? Oh, God, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
You caught me. Golly.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobby Wood.
You missed it. I've been playing with all kinds of fish in here. Even the wrong species. It kind of's got teeth in them.
A day on the water with Bobby would be a good time.
Absolutely.
We've spent a lot of time with him over 3 days here at the Harris Chain, and I got to think that's a fun fishing trip.
And he is just slow.
I got about 6 boats out here trying to get in here, trying to keep them all out if I can. The place is only big enough for one boat.
Just
We're
keep
on our
throwing
way
that
out
worm
anyhow.
at him,
We'll
Bobby.
come in here and play. I think I've done enough damage for anything that's any good in here anyhow.
The problem is, Bobby, a lot of these locals are probably watching that NPFL live, seeing Bobby Wood doing work. Like, I know where that canal's at.
That's it. You better believe it. You know I'm going to all day on this one.
Bobby throwing a speed worm.
Had to get me a
Official
small pair
worm
of
of
sunglasses
Florida.
and put him on my worm. Wormy Wood. There you go. Hey, guys, make sure you call
Wormy
Dolly, let her know.
Wood. I can't, man.
I'm coming in.
Sorry.
I'm
That's
coming in on her
amazing.
territory.
Wormy Wood. He needs to take his winnings and
me and
start a
Dolly get
company
along
called
good.
Wormy Wood. I am for that. I've heard of Dollywood up in East Tennessee, named after Dolly Parton. But man, I'd go to a theme park called Wormy Wood, home of the big bass, Bobby Lanham, the mayor. Wormy Wood. I don't know what's happening on NPFL Live today. Showdown Saturday. We've lost all control.
I was hoping to get a couple
Bobby
more,
is
at least 2
taking
or 3
over.
pounders.
Oh, we're
Bobby
not-
unofficially in 4th place. He's not only Hollywood, but he's also holding down the top 5 unofficially. Back over to Jim Jones. Leading that big bite challenge. Big bass right now. With an 8-pound, 9-ounce mammoth.
Big bag, Jim Jones.
Jim, also a guy I don't want to get into a wrestling match with out here.
No.
But a gentle giant. Big Jim is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. And a bass catching machine. Slowing down, man. A lot of these guys making these adjustments. This is the 6th day. Jim hooked up.
I just saw something huge there we're going to point out afterwards. Wasn't a big fish, Luke, but you said it, slowing down. Did you see how long that worm had soaked in there before he got that bite? Sometimes that thing can be huge.
What I was getting at right when he set the hook there, 6 days on water. These guys practice for 3 days. They have an off day. This is their 6th day on the Harris chain. So they've seen a lot of things, a lot of conditions change. So certainly getting more and more dialed.
But it's a limit.
And changing
Now
up
I got that
strategy
off of my
as
mind.
they go. 5 in the box. Unofficially, Jim in 11th place right now.
What is it with the 5 fish in the box that release some pressure?
I think it's just it's an inherent fear that we all have as tournament anglers. You don't want to go up there without a limit. You know, like that's the max you're allowed to bring in, 5 bass. So it's how we keep score with ourselves, I feel like, when we're out there. So you certainly don't want a 0. That's the fear, man. You don't want to go up there empty-handed.
Okay, Biggins,
When you
now
don't
it's
have a
your
limit,
turn.
You feel like you didn't do your job. Even if the limit is small,
5 little
it just
ones.
calms guys down. You always hear folks say that.
5
I'm
little
certainly
ones.
that
Now
way.
it's time
When the
for
5th
some
one hits the
weight.
box, hey, now we got to do some work, but we've got the foundation laid.
I feel the same way.
Jim Jones in our top 10, trying to chase down that $50,000 first place payday. But another tournament that's going on, Bradley, we talk about it a lot. These guys, you know, out here on the road, away from their families, all of them, of course, want to win $50,000, but we pay.
He's got a limit in the boat.
The big cat.
Looking to upgrade right now.
The big cat.
Said he had a good day yesterday. He starts his mornings out fishing around Cypress, throwing chatterbaits around Cypress, up in that shallow stuff. And then he works his way out here fishing the edge of these Kissimmee once that sun gets a little bit higher. Right now he's flipping a creature bait with 1.25 ounce tungsten. Probably one of the heaviest we've heard of so far. Some of the guys are talking about 1.5 ounces and this and that, but Danny's the first one that I've seen flipping that 1.25 ounces. He's taking his time, flipping the edges, and doing work. Right now he's sitting in 30th. Came into day 3 with 24 pounds. Thinks he needs about 13 to 14 again today. He thinks that check line is going to be right around 37, 38 pounds. And you got guys out here fishing for first. You got guys fishing for points in the AOI. And you got guys fishing for that 36 spot. Because 36 gets $9,000. 37th and down gets a pat on the back and a see you next time. Danny seems to have this stretch all to himself, but right around the corner, a whole lot of fellas down there. You can almost see where John Sukup is. We're on the south side of Lake Harris. There's Bobby in a daggone speedboat. Thing got twin 454 Hemis in it. Blop, 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 blop. I don't know if y'all can hear it or not, but smell like she running on cam too. But Sukup is right down on the other side of the island here on the south side.
We can still hear that, Brad. We're going to see a lot more and hear a lot more of that on the Harris chain today, I believe.
Just fishing the edge of this Kissimmee. And you talk to a lot of them. They just want to see any little indentation, anywhere where there's a point. On this Kissimmee, it seems like the fish are where they're supposed to be. Any little oddity, indentation, any little ditch you see, we're seeing guys catch them.
Danny making long pitches with that big weight.
We ran into Sheldon Collins. Oh, there we go. There we go. Got one on. Little thing is feisty. I'm not sure if that one's going to help or not. Well, he's not going to help, Danny said. Thanks for your time, little fella. We found Sheldon. He was back in Little Harris. He was fishing a little bit of new water. Actually, I'm lying to you. He said the spot he pulled up, he was practicing. And during practice, he lost one there. Over 7, he thought. There's probably some of the grass was topped out, hydrilla around pads. Real thick, nasty grass mats in the back of Little Harris. We're going to let Danny Reams do his thing, get Big Belly Kelly. We're going to saddle up and head on to the next one and see if we can't find somebody else putting them big ones in that fully loaded live well.
The big cat bringing the goods boat to boat, speedboat to boat out there.
Cam too.
Yeah, said Terrence and Bobby were running around out there on Cam too. Fat Cat never with a shortage of energy out there on the water and covering that check cut, which is equally as important to most of the guys in the field because only one guy is going to take home this hardware and the $50,000 check today here at the Harris Chain Bradley. But slower morning overall for most of our anglers in the top 10, but starting to climb. It's changing as we're going along for sure, and we're entering that 11 o'clock hour, and that's when we've started to see guys make moves every single day. So not surprised. Something that we talked about in the last break, you and I off camera. When we go off the air in a couple of hours, this tournament will not be decided by then, will it?
Right. It's been changing every day. I know yesterday we talked to guys that caught some of their biggest fish after we had long gone off camera, and we see them at weigh-in, and they've got, I say, hey, you had a really big one on camera. Like, hey, I got a really big one after I got off camera. So that will continue throughout today, especially with the format that we talked about this morning with the National Professional League. With on day 3, there's no cut days. Everyone fishes, right? That makes it a little bit different, but here's the really cool twist to this. They go off in order that they were in this morning, first through down, right? They call your boat number. Well, normally you would be in first flight coming back in. Wrong on day 3 in the NPFL. You're the last one in. So you go out first, you come in last. These guys are going to have the longest day on the water the same, so they've earned that right?
No doubt about it.
And it really is going to give them more time, so more things can change, especially at the top of the leaderboard where we're really focusing on today.
And a guy like David Gaston traveling over to Griffin in that Emerald Marsh, he has to go through the lock. There's going to be a lot of traffic in that canal today. We talked about that yesterday. It could be an issue. He left over there at 12:30 yesterday. I mean, that's an hour and a half from now. He said, I'm staying to the last minute today. He's got a long day. So he's in that area where fireworks can happen at any second on that frog. And just – I don't even know what to say anymore about these big fish. We saw one earlier, Travis Jewell. This place is full of giant bass and numbers like we've seen from so many of our anglers today.
They're swimming everywhere.
Everywhere in the Harris Chain. We're going to take a look back at some of the action, some of those bass coming over the side of the gunnel this morning here on the Harris Chain. We appreciate each and every one of you sticking with us here on MPFL Live in Leesburg, Florida. Whoa! Okay. Wasn't ready for that. Yeah, everybody wanted to get a little big hook up.
Like, this is a call for me.
Jake Boomer. Robbie Frazier's boat-to-boat bonus action. Robbie unofficially a little shy of 15 pounds and sitting in 6th place right now. Of course, the giant from earlier from Travis Jewell.
I mean, he is coming. He's like...
And then Keith Carson, a little altercation on the water this morning. Little Florida local. DJ Evans started the day in our top 10. Kind of a slow morning so far. A few fish catches for DJ. Dale Frankie, unofficially in 9th place. Been living in our top 5. And a man that started just 5 ounces.
There we go.
Today.
That's
David Gaston working that frog. And working those pink shorts, Brad. Gotta say, shout out to my buddy Dave there. So we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. A little after 11 o'clock here on Showdown Saturday. John Soko, a name we are very familiar with in our top 10 here at the MPFL. Holding down that top spot unofficially. Bryant Smith in 2nd place. The biggest mover of the day, Joel Willard. Jay Willie from Minnesota. Down in Dora, 18 pounds, 6 ounces unofficially, is rocketed into 3rd place. Bobby Lanham, Hollywood himself in 4th place. Jake Boomer, the leader after days 1 and 2, hanging around 5th place there. Robbie Frazier, a big mover today as well. 6th place, Matt Mullahan in 7th, another mover. New name in our top 10. River Lee, who's been in our top 10 all week, and arguably the most consistent angler flipping that Kissimmee grass, Bradley. River Lee having a little slower day today quality-wise. Seen him catch a few small fish so far. Dale Prinky and David Gaston rounding out our unofficial top 10 that can be found on that Way Live leaderboard at tnpfl.com. Everything will become official at Venetian Gardens this afternoon in the city of Leesburg, Florida. We will hand out this beautiful trophy at $50,000 to the man that cracks the code in the Harris Chain of Lakes. Here, stop number 3 in PFL, presented by Fisherman's Central. Back over to Dale Prinky. Making adjustments. If you haven't joined us on days 1 and 2, you've seen Prinky do this a lot. A lot of hook sets over the first 2 days. But most of his damage was done on moving baits.
Yep.
Did see one big coal at the flipping stick yesterday.
We're on a dink fest today.
Yep, Dale's put that down.
I don't think he keeps. Healthy little guy, but really, if you'd have held on 1 second, I'd have just put you back in the water. Thanks, but no thanks. I do gotta say, I think that's one of the first shorts I've caught all week. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Most of my fish have been at least 12 inches, you know, keepers. They're here. We just got fish for them.
Prinky's had an exceptional
All
week,
that does is
Luke,
build confidence
leading up
for
to
the bigger
today.
ones.
He's kind of been a fan favorite here amongst everyone watching, all our viewers.
A Fat Cat pre-tournament favorite too. He had some insider info there, though. I'm calling that out right now. He was like, I've got a feeling about Prinky this week, and then all of a sudden, top 10, 2 days in a row.
Smashing them on that chatterbait earlier in the week.
Dale 76th in our progressive AOY standings. Had a couple rough events so far, but this will certainly move him up the progressive AOY leaderboard at the halfway point of our 6-event season, and the top 25 in progressive AOY will move on to our end of the year showdown. The location to be announced on that, Bradley. Dale picking apart a boat dock there in between the Kissimmee grass. A man that does not venture from the Kissimmee grass. River Lee. Seen a lot of him this week doing this right here.
His braid's louder than anyone else in the field.
Or his mic's closer to the reel, maybe. I don't know.
I love that sound early in a week, but by the end of the week, if it's going south, is a sound that I become to hate before I leave generally.
Fingernails on a chalkboard.
It becomes that, yes. Seeing a lot of small fish today, Luke.
From River, and he's had overall, his average quality has been far and away better than most of the guys in the field. He's just lacked that giant Harris chain bite every day, but has kept him in the top 5.
We're just not seeing the quality, and not just from River. It's across the board.
That's right. It's definitely slower. And, you know, a lot of times in these multi-day tournaments after these fish have been hammered on, we see the weights tend to drop on the last day. I call it the fish getting educated. Sometimes I think the bass know it's Saturday. You know, they're like, hey, all of a sudden there's a lot more people around. What's going on? Definitely not the quality we're used to from River this week.
Most definitely.
But as you take a look through the unofficial leaderboard, it's kind of like that across the entire field right now. We've now, with some exceptions.
Yeah.
Cameron, Joe Willard, Travis Jewell with a giant.
There ain't no way
I spoke with Greg Mansfield yesterday, and I didn't get to speak to Joel, but they're roommates, best friends. They share everything. And Mansfield told me yesterday he is focused strictly on brush pile fishing. And the weather has not been conducive for brush pile fishing, and brush pile fishing is a big deal here in the summertime on the Harris Chain. I wonder, of course, we're all speculation here, right? But Mansfield told me that's exactly what he's doing, and that it hadn't been conducive. He got fortunate yesterday, pulled up on one brush pile at 1 o'clock yesterday and caught 3 really nice fish off of it that salvaged his day. I'm wondering if Joe Willard is running a couple of piles himself today, which wouldn't be conducive to today's weather, and then help us explain maybe his 18.6 that he's got on the board right now.
Knowing Joel, and we've covered Joel here some, I've known Joel for several years, it would not surprise me. He likes to use his electronics. He likes to fish offshore, so it would not shock me at all. But a very versatile angler, so we've seen so many different patterns this week. Not having a camera with Joel, we're just taking guesses, but trying to get some info from Joel out there on the water. We've got some folks working on that.
My guess is he's got a spinning rod in his hand.
I would say so most of the time.
I'm probably dead wrong. He's probably out there with a giant crankbait.
Frogging. It's complete polar opposite of what we're talking about. Got a small coal there for River. And from River, we're going to take a look at the overwhelming favorite coming in. Another look at Keith Carson, who had a run-in with a gator this morning. It scared all of us here in Leesburg. Even from the safety of the studio, Brad.
Got my attention.
Oh, he'll call.
The patience.
He will call. Yeah. We don't need the measuring app for that one. He ain't big, but makes me feel better knowing I can get rid of that one.
One of those shallow water residential grass fish there. So dark down here in Florida. Beautiful fish.
Sweet.
He always looks like he's somewhere else than the rest of the field. Like on a different body of water.
There are always lily pads around where he is.
Yeah, definitely setting a tone that what he likes to do on the Harris Chain.
It's 198, so basically 2-pounder. 2-pounder. That is, I think that's my second biggest fish. Whew, that makes me feel a lot better.
It's a good trade.
Okay, cool.
Boy, that fish is dark.
Now we just need a couple eights.
Thing that I
took
note of there with Keith when that fish blew up on his bait. Just the patience to stop, make sure the fish had it, set the hook.
Oh, I'm rigging up.
Doesn't get in a hurry.
Lots of cast from the knees from him as well.
Yeah, he's very sneaky, Keith Carson, on these Florida bass. Like I said, I feel like all of them know him. He normally calls them by name. Get a look at Keith here. We're going to take a look at our sponsors that make the MPFL Live possible. We appreciate all of you tuning in here for Showdown Saturday, and we'll be right back with more live action from the Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain. And the man
Oh my
sitting
God.
on top of the leaderboard.
Was that a fish? Was that a fish?
John, hook up, soak up.
Do what? Live? Dude, I think I just missed one. So weird as I flipped in there and I went to reel it out and I thought I saw a flash and it just stuck. But it might not have been, man. I didn't see a swirl or anything. Oh man, we back on the struggle bus, guys. Looking and chasing. We're on spot number 5 since we probably talked last. And come across another couple 1.5 pounders, but that's not what we're looking for. I can probably slow down, use a lighter weight and get some 2 pounders in the boat, but it's not what I want. I want the over 3s is what I want. I'll take just, if you guys can put in an order for me, I'll take 4 3s right now and 4 more 3s. We got a 3.5 or a 3 1/4, whatever it is. It's right there. We need 4 more like that. Thing about it is this grass, man, it can happen so fast. Yesterday I caught 20 fish and almost 20 flips. And one of them was a 6.5. I retied, sat down, bounced beam fish, cold, everything, stood up, power pull down, next flip, caught a 3, had to do the whole process over again and coal again. I mean, when you come across them, you know, you can get right real quick. And I know that, but man, my body doesn't like it. It wants to quit. It's like, do something different, please. My brain's like, frog fishing's more fun. My body's like, this hurts, stop. So the bill collectors are like, we want more money. So It's just, you know, life's hard. Oh, we take this 3/4 ounce weight and put it on a big one's head and solve all those at once. Solve every one of those problems. Cod killer seems like it's moving in a little bit more.
It's tough not knowing what your competitors have.
Absolutely.
Oh man,
You're sitting in first.
Really hoping to have some bigger bites in the well before that cod cover hit and changed everything, but
when you've had 18 and 21 the first
we'll
2
deal
days
with
and you're sitting on 10 pounds, you're like, man, I'm like 15th place right now. I'm getting lapped by the field. That's where those demons come in.
They're killing me.
Little does John know. We spent most of the morning watching him because he's on top of the leaderboard.
That was a grass bite. That was a grass bass.
The old grass bass.
Just a little bit on the hook, got him.
Hook sets are free, Luke.
That's what they tell me.
I was about to start dancing.
I thought maybe Fat Cat had rolled up on hooking with his boombox in the background.
All right, John, I think when we get up to this point, we're out of here, man. I think we need to keep taste testing different areas, man. Keep this lure wet as long as possible, but don't just when it's time, they'll tell you, dude. It's just it's lights out when it's time. Yeah, I thought I saw an exposed hook. And they are not telling me anything right now. I thought when we got that one bite earlier and everything shook, maybe I should go back over there. Maybe that's what that tells me. I mean, we had that one bite that was definitely a legit
should I go?
bite.
The constant question.
I'll tell you what, before we run to the north side, we're gonna run back over there where I was getting bit earlier and see if there's a boat about a couple hundred yards short of there and fish that section that we didn't fish. I can kind of go through it pretty quick, I think. And then North Shore, we're not live anymore, are we? We still live, bro? We still live? Well, don't mean to bum them out, but I think we're gonna make a move, man. I think it's time to make a move. So, we'll be back at it here in about 5 minutes, probably.
It's interesting. You start to see the
whole
terrain
ship's
change
ahoy, man.
right there. You know, a little bit. John's going to make a move. We're going to make a move too. Over to Dale, Prinky.
Dale switched it up. Looks like possibly a frog, Luke.
What it looks like.
What you think, Luke? Come on, give me your best guess. Frog?
I believe so. Man, you really put me on the spot.
It's a fun game. Why do you think that sign's on the front of that dock, Luke? Is that a sign?
Might be a reflector, so you can see it at night. course, the other trophy that all 103 anglers are chasing over the 6 events, that Progressive Angler of the Year trophy and title that's going to go to the most consistent angler over all 6 events, and arguably the hardest thing to win in bass fishing, no matter which circuit it is, whether it's a weekend circuit or professional circuit. Angler of the Year goes to the guy who figured it out the most, the best, the most consistent, tournament after tournament. And we've had a shakeup at this event. You know, coming into this, we had Nick Provanizak sitting up top and not having a terrible event by any means. A solid event. And we're going to take a look at Nick right now. We called up with him to talk with him about what it would mean to win AOY coming into the Harris chain. Nick Provanizak from Ohio, who's been super consistent over the first 2 events.
Nick Provanizak, Warren, Ohio. Fish for a living and work at Fisherman Central. After 2 rounds in the NPFL, I'm sitting on top of the leaderboard, Angler of the Year, and feeling super excited about that. My goal this year was to be consistent and do well in each event, and you know, ultimate goal was to win Angler of the Year. So things are going on stride. I mean, I had 2 great events, a fourth at the first event at Lake Eufaula and a second at the last event on Wright Patman. So this event's going to be one of the backbreakers here. We got the 3rd and 4th event on Harris Chain on 3rd event, and then the 4th event's on Pickwick Lake. So between those 2 events, that's where, you know, it's going to be a lot of separation. We got to keep it consistent and catch some fish. My experience on this lake isn't very much. I haven't been here before. The fishing's been decent. There's been a lot of bites, but it's been hard to come by a lot of big fish. And I think a lot of the anglers are going to be in similar areas. There's a lot of good fishermen here, and you know, this type of lake, it fits in my wheelhouse a little bit. So looking forward to it. I'm looking to get in the teens, the mid to upper teens, at least, you know, for minimum weights. I feel like if you can keep that momentum for 3 days, that would keep you up in the standings. I would feel like to stay at the top of the points for the year, you'd have to be in that top 20 every event, or have at least the points for that type of, you know, maybe even 15th place averaging for the year. If you can average that throughout the year, I think you're going to be in the Angler of the Year. It would be awesome to win Angler of the Year, especially the first year for the NPFL, the inaugural season. I think it would be wonderful, and it's definitely a goal of mine, and working hard to make that goal achieved.
Nikki P there, sitting on top of Progressive AOY.
And currently sitting in 20th.
20th place, which
unofficially
is a
today.
Solid finish if the tournament were to end right now. And back to the guy sitting on top of the leaderboard coming into today, Jake Boomer, Washington State angler, out there trying to get a bite in the minefield.
It's going to happen, I think.
Without a doubt.
At some point today.
Yeah, before all is said and done, I think Jake will definitely connect with some of those hydrilla
gorillas
that live out there. That, you know, something he touched on earlier that I felt like really interesting is we've heard from a lot of our anglers this week, there has been a lot of spraying of the grass. You know, they poison the grass to kill it because it does, you know, this is a recreational lake, guys out there boating and enjoying water skiing and things like that with their family. And this hydrilla will, because of the 12-month growing season here in Florida, it will take over. And in this lake it does. And they really heavily spray in Harris. And out in the middle where you see Jake, it's normally just huge fields of hydrilla, but recently they've sprayed it. And he was talking earlier, he found some of that live hydrilla, which is key. And it's really green, really crisp. When you catch it on your lure, you can actually see it. A lot of times you can tell on the graph, you know, by looking on your electronics, Brad, what that looks like, that live hydrilla. And he's saying that this spot is the furthest grass, so it's really the edge of this grass flat, which is primarily what you want to find. It makes it a little easier, you know, you move down the edge.
It's textbook.
But the spraying of the grass has been a huge issue for a lot of anglers here at the, you know, if you came down a month ago to pre-fish, you've never been here, you look around,
yeah,
you may have found grass. A lot of guys idle around looking at their electronics to find these offshore hydrilla beds. A lot of guys, when they came back for the official practice, found out hydrilla wasn't there anymore. So Jake was fortunate to find a really good area here and has worked it to the day 1 and 2 lead coming into Showdown Saturday with a chance to win.
I don't think that patch of grass that he's found is very large either. I think it's pretty small.
And he said a different casting angle every day has been key for him to be able to activate those bites, trigger them to bite the reaction baits he's throwing around out there. Now, Bradley, in this situation for you, you've been relying on a vibrating jig. I think he's been throwing a square bill some too as well out there. Do you ever slow down, maybe pick it apart with a Texas rig or something? Is that something that would go through your head here on Showdown Saturday? You've minded this thing with the moving baits, but it's obvious the conditions have changed.
I'm sure it's gone through Boomer's head. I call it TVAing. You know, it's where you pull up on the spot, you know the cast, the waypoint, and then you go through different techniques on that spot. You just go through a rotation of baits because they're on that one spot, and that's what he's got out here. So absolutely, and I'm sure that's what he's done. Go through different baits, whether it be a swim bait, a crankbait. We saw him with a big plug yesterday when the wind was blowing, but now the wind's not blowing that hard. I'm thinking about that big speed worm that Hollywood's got in his hand.
No doubt about it. And you see that play at the Harris chain a lot, right? That speed worm and that submerged hydrilla is a popular technique, whether you're on Griffin. We see that a lot over there on the hydrilla flats. You see that a lot on Lake Harris and a lot of professional events over the years.
It's kind of the Floridian swim bait.
It really is. It really is that official state worm of Florida, the speed worm. Boomer all business. He's been great breaking down his techniques, but you can tell he is focused, trying to take home that 50K.
All of our leaders today have got a lot of pressure on them, and you can really see that they're really trying to buckle down right now. No one's happy, from Sukup to Boomer. You can see it in their body language.
For sure.
You can see it in their body language.
Of course, Boomer unofficially, because it is a lot tougher day sitting on 3 fish right now. You know, a couple shy of the limit, obviously, but in 5th place. He's still hanging around, so he catches a couple of those 6-pounders that we've seen him bring in every single day, and it just completely changes the complexion of things on Showdown Saturday.
Boomer has the same advantage that David Gaston has. He only has to crack that rod 2 to maybe 3 times, and it's lights out for everybody else.
Where we're seeing guys play the numbers game more so in the Kissimmee grass with the hopes of, hey, maybe I'll get that 6 to 7 pound bite. And we've seen it. We saw Turkla with an 8-pounder out of the Kissimmee grass on day 1. We saw it yesterday, Jim Jones with an 8-pounder out of the Kissimmee grass. But they go through a lot of those 12-inch to 14-inch bass at the same time and kind of winging a prayer. Hope they get that bigger bite. These guys are high percentage areas with large fish. These big fish like to be out here away from the boat traffic in this deeper grass.
If I was a betting man and we were in Las Vegas and we were playing odds, if we were setting odds on this tournament at this point going forward, my personal opinion coming into today is that Jake Boomer has the highest odds just because of the fact of where he's sitting. He's the furthest offshore. He's got the numbers in his favor. He just needs to get a few bites.
Back over to the guy that has the odds in his favor right now. Hook up, soak up.
Well,
little change of pace, flipping some.
Still struggling, but we decided to pick up the big stick and we're going punching. We got the BFE and a 1.5 ounce covert tungsten. Whew. 80-pound sunline. Big 7/8 flipping stick, Denali flipping stick. And I can say I haven't caught any giants doing this week, but I've definitely caught some solid 2.5s. And I'm just trying to figure out what these fish are doing, man. They've got me a little baffled today, and they have every day, to be honest with you. So I've just kept my head down, kept on swinging, gave myself a puncher's chance is all I've been doing every day, and I've landed a couple. That's about all I can say.
John's really fishing by the seat of his pants this week.
It really is. Making adjustments on the fly. It's worked for him so far, 2 of the 3 days, and right now
Tried to stay as not one-dimensional this week. I've tried. I mean, this is definitely what I lean towards doing, is the flipping thing. But I mean, today we did less chatterbaiting than we have all week, and you know, maybe I should have, but I pretty much called all those fish out every single day. So try to dedicate more time to the flipping stick. Covering new every day. I'm trying to cover new water, different water.
Soak up unofficially in first place, and we're going to take a look at our second place angler, a guy that every morning of this event has got off to a fast start, working several different patterns. Bryant Smith, California.
Feeling at home, Brian is.
Definitely. Talked to us yesterday at the drive-through weigh-in about how much he loves Clear Lake in California, and the Harris chain reminds him of that. Bryant working a early morning shad spawn pattern with a square bill, vibrating jig around cypress trees and docks and seawalls early, and he's built a foundation every single day with that. And then he switches it up. Comes out to this Kissimmee grass, which we've seen so many of our guys doing, and gonna get a little bass tank breakdown. Bradley, talk to me, you know, as a West Coast guy, Bryant Smith, telling us about Clear Lake. Why does this set up for him like Clear Lake does?
Well, the biggest thing is that they are both natural lakes. That's the biggest thing. I mean, when we break down lakes, we look at rivers, reservoirs, natural reservoirs. You know, it's not a man-made lake. It is a natural reservoir, Clear Lake is. It was actually developed by a volcano. It sits in the top of the mountains. When you drive up there, I mean, Florida sits down where water drains, right? We're out here at the coast, and it's flat land. California was actually, Clear Lake in California is actually in the top of a mountain, and it's an old volcano. And but it lays out that way. There's 2 parts of Clear Lake. There's a northern section and a southern section, and the northern section looks just like Florida.
A lot of vegetation.
Reeds, flat, docks. It is just like the Harris chain.
So Bryant feels right at home, and something he's been doing in the afternoon right here. He switches it up. He keeps that rod in his hand. We saw him yesterday about, 10:30 or 11 make a switch to that flipping stick. He did it all day right up until the weigh-in, and he told us last night he's going to do the same today. He's already got a foundation. He had 13 pounds yesterday, if I remember, when he made the switch over to the flipping stick. Today he's sitting on 11 pounds doing the same thing again. So expect fireworks from Bryant Smith at any point with that flipping stick, and it's that similar big weight, soft plastic program we see so many guys working in this Kissimmee grass. And again, that bass tank breakdown, talking shallow, but the boys at the bass tank are known for their electronics expertise, especially in that forward-facing Garmin LiveScope technology. Bryant Smith in second place, and we're going to get a look at now back over to Jake Boomer, our day 2 leader. Trying to go wire to wire here on the Harris chain. Out in the minefield. You can tell he's really switching up his cast as much as he can. Trying to trigger a bite.
It's getting that time of day for that offshore to play.
Quite a little
glitch.
Little service skip there, but it's going to skip this one right over the side of the boat. Jake Boomer, this would be keeper number 4, I believe. Oh, wait a second.
Interesting that he's out here, though. Very interesting.
Yeah, Boomer now showing he has a limit. He updated his Way Live app and we weren't with him there. Looks like a swim jig.
I was going to ask you what you thought that was since we've been playing the game today.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Which can be, you know, he's been throwing the chatterbait. It's a little slicker today.
A little more?
Jig can be more subtle.
Yep.
Little swim bait trailer on there. It accomplishes the same thing as the chatterbait. Vibrating jig for sure.
What's causing this disaster?
You would prefer to be culling by pounds, not ounces.
That's a fact.
It's,
It's a good sign, though. That's a bite we hadn't been getting out here.
I love how these guys think of everything as a positive. Have you noticed that?
Oh, yeah. Every bite's a piece of the puzzle. No matter the size. At least gives you confidence that you're doing the right thing. Jake Boomer sitting on top of the leaderboard coming into today. And we'll be back pretty soon for these commercials to see if he can win this thing wire to wire. The Harris chain. We might even catch up with the big cat at some point. Hopefully. He's probably on one of those speedboat
not good when
boats
the
by
little
now.
ones move around.
I figure out there on the water. We'll be back in just a few moments. More MPFL Live from the Harris Chain of Lakes, the city of Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down. Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Lake County, Florida, with the Florida man himself, Keith Carson.
Well, I'm back here trying to make something happen, and it is just dead. Everything's dead. I gotta go. I had a few bites, and the reason I've been so hesitant to go is because I just had one like 10 pounds chase a shiner out in the dead middle, and it freaking smoked it right off the top, like an absolute giant. And then I had 2 big wakes chase me down, big wakes, probably at least 4-pounders. One of them was aggressive, like it rushed it hard, really fast, and I killed it, and it didn't eat it. So, you know, I don't know. I was hoping to get at least one big one before I left here, but at least I finished my limit, got rid of the 12-incher. So I got 2 2-pounders and 3 pound-and-a-halfers right now. So I'm gonna go run some docks, see if we can't catch a couple 3 and 4-pounders, and then I'll finish up in that creek I was in yesterday. We got a strong south wind, and that's gonna move some stuff around in that creek. Maybe they'll bite. Just nothing.
So impressive, Luke, to watch.
Certainly one of the most efficient anglers that we have, and if you like shallow water at all, Keith Carson is so much fun to watch. The way he picks apart the cover. His boat positioning is always so amazing to me, depending on the cover.
His mechanics, and it's just so it's awkward almost to a point. It's hard to explain. Like, I can't even quite figure out. He's got a left elbow twitch that is just different, and it's intentional.
There's a reason he does it, and we saw it at Wright Patman. Dudley and I talked about it a lot.
You just saw it there twice,
and it's something he does a lot. And at Wright Patman, we saw him set the hook after he did it quite a few times when he went wire to wire to win the second event out there in Texarkana.
All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's go ahead and make a move, 'cause this ain't happening.
Keith's gonna go to one of his other secret spots on the Harris chain, and we're gonna jump over and get a look at the Vegas man himself, DJ Evans.
Okay.
Keith got the trolling motor secure there.
We are.
Brad.
That won't help me. It's a big one though. Be neat to catch one. Update, we made a move. The areas we were in, they're just getting beat up. I'm not sure if it's just the pressure on them right now, but I mean, there's areas I've been fishing and there's a boat on them every 10 minutes now. So we made a little move. We're just trying some new water. See if we can get lucky and get in an area where a bunch of people aren't fishing, because we haven't had that yet. So yeah, we're trying a new area is what our plan is right now. And still doing the same thing. I'm gonna flip. I mean, it's what got me here, so I'm just gonna keep flipping. Not gonna try to figure something else out in the last day. And we're getting bites. It's just the bigger bites haven't come yet. So we still got, I don't know what, 4 or 5 hours. So I'm hoping these clouds come in and maybe changes the bite a little bit, but no such luck yet. So that's kind of the update on how today is going.
Bradley, do you start to wear down on these final days after 3 days of practice, 3 hard days? And the tournament days are the shortest days these anglers face in their week, because most of them practice what? Daylight to dark?
We like to call it dark to dark in the industry.
Yeah, dark to dark. You're seeing 12, 13, 14-hour days this time of year. So does that weigh in when you're on the final day and things aren't going your way? Does that start to creep that mental exhaustion? Will that affect the outcome of some of these events?
Mental exhaustion can definitely creep in, without a doubt. To me personally, tournament days have always been the easiest. They seem to fly by. I don't know why, but it's, you're on the clock and they go by. Practice days, like you talked about. And then the further we get into the summer and the longer the days become, dark to dark becomes quite gruesome.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, I mean, day 3, day 4, you can definitely start to wear down.
That fatigue starts to set in.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have anything you like to do after the tournament's over to celebrate, good, bad, or ugly, or is it just straight to napping for a week?
That's usually whenever I die. Yeah.
You just completely, and it is. I know exactly what you.
I get
mean.
home and it's like lights out.
Because a lot of people, if you're not familiar with tournament fishing, or you've never competed at this level, the amount of focus these guys have to be out there. You have to be on your game mentally and physically. Up early every morning, in bed fairly late. They try to get in bed at a decent time, but you don't get the amount of rest that you need. You go. There's a lot of travel.
Go home, get something
the
to eat, get to bed.
Once you get back home,
the
release of energy.
I go to bed pretty early
as
it is, so I try to get my stuff
come
done,
off of that
tied up, gassed up, and then
it almost,
as you say, you wipe out.
It almost takes 48 hours.
It does. Or if you're out of shape like me, sometimes a week.
I'm too old to stay up all night.
I fished one a couple of weeks ago, and the following week I was worthless.
I have never woken up on a tournament day and ever felt rested. I've never woken up and went, man, I had a great night of sleep last night. That has never happened.
No, typically The wheels never stop turning. Tournament weeks for these guys, myself included.
Perhaps 9 a.m. takeoffs could fix that.
Little donut buffet, 9 a.m. takeoff. Make everybody happy. Get at us, Brad Fuller.
There's not a
Let's talk
fish
about that
somewhere
for next
along
year.
this stretch. I'm going to scoot us up here. I don't like when it gets so much water behind the bush. It's just too much area for them to be in. Clouds are coming in though. That's good. We'll take that.
Hear DJ talking about the weather. We've heard a lot of our guys mention that at this, creeping up on that 12 o'clock hour, 12, 1 o'clock, we're supposed to potentially get some thunderstorms, some rain showers moving through. And we've seen that every day.
Docks. I haven't fished any docks or anything, really.
Of a typical Florida weather pattern.
Yeah, and we
this time of year.
didn't see it on camera yesterday. We talked about it a little bit about the change in the weather, if it could fire them up and create a flurry, and we didn't see that on our cameras. But I did talk to a couple of anglers that went through a flurry right when the storm came through. So definitely something there to change the barometric pressure and get everybody looking up. And
wind direction change. We heard Keith Carson say, "Man, when this wind switches directions," we heard that yesterday. I want to be in this area when it switches, and certainly guys taking advantage of that.
Minnows start looking more like Snickers bars.
Yes, yes.
I drill in here. No, it's not
Some
hydrilla,
good-looking
it's that other
stuff. The DJ finds himself.
I'm waiting for Keith Carson to come around the corner.
Like, lily pads. Yeah. DJ, how did you find these lily pads? I thought I was the only one that knew where all the lily pads were in the entire Harris chain.
The only thing similar to this place where DJ lives is the palm trees.
That's a fact. DJ, a Lake Mead angler? We're going to head back over to John Hookup Soakup. He's unofficially sitting on top of the leaderboard right now. According to our Way Live leaderboard. John, the winner of our inaugural event down at Lake Eufaula. An impressive week in March down there that John had, and will always be remembered.
The bait and did about whether just to keep the trolling motor down and just keep keep going down this bank.
MPFL champion.
They usually start way. That's a good sign right there. That's what you want to see. This fish blowing up, you know what I mean? Yeah, we got literally 4
Something
hours.
you don't see often with John here. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It's not white sunglasses.
His back to
It'd be
the
nice
live
to get one of
scope.
those just momentum changers, you know.
Good
Just
point.
even another
Not
3. Just
something
something
commonly seen in the
you know, another 3, we jump up 2 pounds in the scales, you know. We got lots of room to
Mustang
move.
himself, who stares at his
You know,
electronics
we got
more
lots
than
of move.
he stares
Yeah, we
at
got one
anything
poundage
else
in
in
there,
life. It's a great point.
Nice catch. That was impressive.
Speaking of 1-pounders, this little guy.
Again, like I said
I don't
earlier,
know.
what was that fish thinking in that
Hey!
second? Here
Maybe
I
a 6-pounder
am.
like in 2
I'm
weeks.
eating this
So,
thing.
the way they grow out here, it looks like.
Looked like a grizzly bear.
Oh. It's like his mind was just like when you just scrub a video real fast. It's like so that fish just
It
went
is.
through his head right there.
I don't know if you can see it in my eyes.
It's like the salmon.
Determination right there.
Hookup giving us a little blue steel there.
I'm like a mama bear,
Soak up steel.
and you're picking on my kid. You don't know I'm around, but you're about to. I'm coming for you. bit. I gotta shake off all that negativity, the struggle bus. Gotta shake that off. And we're about to do what's right. I knew it was a small one because it wouldn't come out. Like I said, those big ones, they'll pull so hard that they just cut the grass up.
Brad, that was something you and I discussed last night. A lot of times when you see the guys, oh, they're hooked up, and it looks big, most of the time it's the grass, because these bigger Florida bass, historically, they just run, they use that line and they cut the grass, head out towards that deeper water most of the time. There are exceptions to the rule, but most of the time the big ones go right through it.
And it takes some experience and years of being down here to learn that. You actually told me a story yesterday about some pads that you had found in Florida
pads,
and had a lot of bites and had lost them, and you asked
the one and only JT Kenny, Florida pro, on the morning of the day 2 of a tournament. I said, man, I'm losing all these big ones in these pads. And he said, no, you're not. I said, yeah, I am, man. I had them on yesterday. And he said, the big ones don't stay in the pads. They cut the pads and go out. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
True story. Yeah. Then I figured that out on day 2. He was
I don't
right.
know what that little guy was doing all by himself.
I learned that too.
I was like, man,
I don't think he was alone.
any tips for losing fish in the grass?
I don't think they let him out on his own yet, you know?
As Hookup is sitting on top of the leaderboard. And we are entering the last hour of the MPFL live broadcast here. Stop number 3, the National Professional Fishing League at the Harris Chain of Lakes, presented by Fisherman's Central. We're going to take a look back at some of the morning's action. 1 more hour to go in our live coverage. But a lot of fishing time will remain to see who takes home the 50 grand and the hardware. Showdown Saturday.
Oop, grass move.
And you know, Christmas in June. The Harris Chain.
Oh, he'll call. He will call. Yeah.
Larson. Always in a good mood, no matter what's going on. The ninja this week. Thunder.
The spray boat.
Yeah, wasn't real sure what was going on there. Yep. Soak up.
Probably the biggest flipping fish we've seen today.
For sure.
Wow.
A landslide so far. At least on our 10 cameras. Of course, we've got all 103 anglers out there. No cuts. We've got guys like
There's a big one.
Miller,
Oh,
too
yeah.
far away to get a camera, too.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby Wood. Hollywood. Bobby Lanham. Got off to a quick start.
Hollywood.
He has every morning. It's my guy right there. I'm calling it. Love it. Just like that, back over to Bobby in an area that we have seen him in a lot this week. We've been calling it Carson Creek. It's a popular area here.
Bobby back in his natural forage.
Yes, this is where we've seen him do most of his damage this week.
This guy's not out of it.
No, no, sir.
The bites that this man has been getting in this area, this time of day.
And what's crazy, the first day he put up big numbers early in this area. Yesterday, exactly the opposite. Struggled in the morning, came back to this area in the afternoon, started making moves. And today we see him at this noontime, afternoon delight hour, starts to come back in here.
Bobby doesn't know what's going on with the rest of the field, but if the rest of the field is continue to struggle the rest of the day, and it's going on lake wide,
Yeah,
that flipping
you look
bite.
through
We
the-
just talked about
Yes.
the biggest fish we've seen is a 4-pounder
On live.
on
yes.
live out of the grass, and that is what the majority of our guys are doing, flipping the Kissimmee grass. Bobby gets a couple of those bites that he's had the past couple of days, and this thing could get interesting very quick. Bobby unofficially sitting in 4th right now.
And a good look at what goes on the chain right there on a Saturday. Over Bobby's shoulder, a lot of recreational traffic in these canals.
Headed to a little lunch, probably.
Most likely.
Lots of restaurants
Every
on the Harris
time one
chain.
of those boats come by, I have to just, really take a look to make sure the big cat's not on one of them. Because I feel like at any point, he could jump on a pontoon with the old "I'm the captain now" speech.
I think we should get him a pontoon.
I would love for him to cover these events in a pontoon.
Can you figure out what Bobby's throwing? Is he still with the speed worm? It's that slow wind. I believe that it is. I've been watching him.
He said he was going to stick with it all day.
I think it's a good choice.
Saw him catch a big one on a frog yesterday as well, though.
Little alligator sitting on that grass bed waiting for something.
You know, this place hasn't been touched by any of our guys on camera this morning, especially Carson, who we named this creek after. So a lot of this stuff may be untouched.
Could be.
A lot of anglers in here day 1 and 2.
Yeah, a lot of local pressure today, though, and I was curious because we saw Bobby start in this area the first 2 days, why he didn't start here on day 3. Because we had him right out of the jump around those seawalls. And
I think Bobby grabbed the frog there. Or the flipping stick. Flipping stick.
jump over to Dale Prinky. Looks like he's changing up a little bit, flipping some docks.
He had the magic dock earlier this week.
And I'd like to point out going hatless. We said that yesterday. I can't fish without a hat. But Dale making it work right now. Definitely making it work.
Nice fish.
That'll be a little bit of an upgrade. Not much. That's that long, super skinny one.
Explain the swimming pool toys that have become so popular.
Oh, you just want your fish to have a good time, Bradley. I mean,
just a party every day.
Just a party every day. Now these fish, you know, they'll bounce around in those live wells, and the idea behind it is these guys will cut up these pool noodles and softens the ride for the bass a little bit. You know, in case you're getting rough water, boat wakes and things, as you hit the bottom of the boat, protects the fish from bumping into the lid.
They probably feel like they're at the carnival.
I just think they're always just really confused as to what's going on in life.
I honestly asked that question because it was one that I don't know the answer to. I know I've seen it a lot, and I thought that's what the reason was, but
Yeah.
it hasn't been something I have adopted personally yet.
Oh, I'm way too lazy to cut up pool floats. But you do see a lot, especially when you go to the northern fisheries. You see a lot of guys on the Great Lakes and things, because you'll see 4, 5, 6 foot, waves up there. It looks like the ocean can really beat the fish up. Obviously, fish care is super important. These guys using non-puncturing culling tags like the TH Marine Conservation Culls. They use TH Marine G-Juice live well additive to keep these fish alive. TH Marine, the official fish care provider of the National Professional Fishing League.
I have a hard enough
Maybe
time.
Prinky's going to get on one of those pool floats. He's spending a lot of time in these live wells. Maybe that's why they're back there, so he can just float around. Cool off. I'm not sure. All my theories may have been wrong. We just see him hop on one of those here in a second.
It's amazing how hard it can be sometimes to count to 5 when you're on the water.
Oh, man.
I've been there. I've been there many times.
It really is. And these guys, they cannot, the importance of that and why you see them panic, there are penalties dished out for having 6 fish in the live well making a cast. You have to cull when you catch your 6 fish. So you see these guys count over and over and over. So important.
Think maybe he lost his hat in a move, Luke.
I'm starting to think that's the case because Dale's going to regret this at some point. It may be tomorrow when he's applying aloe vera to the top of his head, but I don't think this was by choice. Dale's a lot like you and I. You keep the hat off in the sun, you're going to know it the next day.
Prinky continuing to work the docks over. I talked to a couple of guys yesterday that caught multiple fish off of one dock, all the way down to 30 bass off of one dock. I had that conversation yesterday. 30.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
You said you can't count to 5 on the water. How could you count to 30?
Well, the 5 becomes a problem because 6 is such a penalty, right?
Yes,
it is the worst nightmare.
Without a doubt.
We try to avoid that.
Prinky.
It's magic docks.
Will we see him catch 29 more, Bradley?
We'll only have to catch, 28.
Off the same dock. Do you mean 30 total or 30 on one dock?
He told me 30 on one dock.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I was thinking as they pulled away, I was wondering how big a dock that dock was.
30's a pretty even number as well.
If it was a marina or if it was just one dock. But he made it sound like it was one residential dock.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we're fixing to see some pool noodle action, and we're going to see some commercials as we enter this last hour, last 45 minutes of coverage here from the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida. Going to pay some bills, and we'll see you on the other side with more live action.
Yeah, but I don't like this guy being in there.
Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down. Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner out at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Looks like the water coming down in here some more.
We're back in Lake County, Florida. And back to Hollywood.
I hope he's got that frog back in his hand. Flipping stick.
I bet you, as the best flipper ever, wish you had a flipping stick out there instead of a delicious Hero beverage in your hand like you have most of the day in the studio, Bradley.
Yeah, it's been quite tasty.
You've been quite the hero for 3 days to us here on live coverage. We appreciate you being here.
I appreciate you having me.
We've appreciated your wardrobe. It has been the constant conversation of the bass fishing world, overshadowing 8-pounders. Bradley Hallman's attire. The fit.
I just figured we were in Florida.
The fit.
Might as well look like we're in Florida.
Yeah, you definitely look like you've been on vacation, and I'm here for it.
It's kind of felt like a vacation.
Love coming to this area.
The old mudfish again.
Hollywood.
The old mudfish.
Save me the hassle having to deal with him.
Florida.
Well, they're active today.
I'll be back to the spinnerbait, which we saw him with earlier this week.
Ooh, wow. That was a big fish there. He just flat missed it. Come on, baby. Oh, Oh. Ooh. Stuck on the damn tree now.
Bobby Wood coming in hot.
Them dang trees that get you every time.
It's like they got hands, you know.
Oh, there's nothing more aggravating.
Oh, there's really nothing more frustrating when you have an opportunity to fish and then get your bait snagged up. And then you get the boat all the way over to it and it just comes loose. Happens every time. No effort.
More friends and neighbors.
Yep. Lots of friends and neighbors around.
Popular area this week on the Harris Chain. I'm feeling that frog bite, Luke. I don't know what it is. The shade's starting to develop, you know, underneath these tree lines.
Definitely could set that up.
Bobby has no clue how close he is.
While Bobby hides out in the jungle, we're gonna jump over to our day 2 leader, the man trying to go wire to wire, Jake Boomer, Washington State angler, Bradley's favorite. Jake Boomer mixing in the Kissimmee grass strategy we see so many guys utilizing this week, but also has that little, he said he had it to himself like he was on a deserted island out there, his minefield, the offshore hydrilla with a camera hooked up.
Hey.
Not the quality
that we've seen. Not this week from the edge of the Kissimmee grass. It's not.
For all of our 10 guys on camera today, we're not seeing that quality. You know, you mentioned Hookup had a fish just shy of 4 pounds. It's the biggest flipping fish we've seen today. We have been fortunate with our 10 cameras every day to see some giants on that Kissimmee grass line. But yesterday, all the weights being down, you know, this time yesterday, Boomer had about 9 pounds. Unofficially right now.
Also little.
We'll call it 7.
Okay.
Pulls out to the grass in the afternoon, catches 2 6-pounders. So this thing is so far from over. Even with John Sokup sitting up top, unofficially with a little over 50 pounds now.
What I just did.
Boomer unofficially in 3rd. Only a little less than 3 pounds down.
You came off is what happened.
Luke, if this thing continues to stay stingy like it is, it opens up room for the rest of the field to come to the forefront, possibly even all the way to jump into a win outside of the top 10 with the way that the format is here in the NPFL.
So a guy that's within 5 pounds striking distance right now, Chris Wisenet. We covered Chris at Eufaula in the first event. He was in our top 10 after day 1 down there. And shallow water angler, I remember, ran way up the river down there, and he is making a gigantic move. That's the importance of not having this cut, because guys can move and shake, because all 103 anglers are out on the water, and Chris has vaulted in to 7th place unofficially right now. Of course, Robbie Frazier, another angler that has jumped into our top 10 quickly,
because
Joel Willard and Matt Mollahan. So a lot of new names
just trying to make an adjustment.
Finding a home in the top 10 as we get closer
stuff,
to the end
Saturday,
of
a lot
our
weekend
live
angles
coverage
out
day.
here. A few more of the tournament guys stayed in Harris today. I still truly believe this is the way to catch a big one, at least for me. You know, it's what I got the most confidence in. I haven't dropped it on one's head. I'm gonna keep mixing it up though, keep fishing new water, keep fishing my other stretches, you know, that I got a lot of confidence in, and just try to run into them. I was just saying 5 minutes ago how crazy it is. You can fish a mile of this stuff and catch nothing, and then you'll go back to back to back fish, and then you go for another quarter mile without any bites. It's almost like finding a needle in a haystack right now, but I know there's a key to it. I just haven't quite figured that out yet. You know, a little bit of current on my other stretch I think is the key for that. So I'm trying to look for other spots where I think current should be, and you know, I'll go there, and I can pretty much tell immediately if it's got current. All the Kissimmee grass will be laid over in the same fashion. You know, we got no wind today. So if I could find a few more stretches with some current, I'd have a lot of confidence in those stretches, but just trying to grind it out. I've gotten the sun. I just need the fish to start cooperating a little bit. And hopefully it gets better as the day warms up, the sun gets higher. It's already noon. But just keep dobbing around. Hopefully run into that little magic stretch. It's got 3 or 4 big ones on it. Because I know this place has got plenty of them. And I know I fished over them too. That's the frustrating part. That's why I'm trying to fish new water. I think they've seen just too many baits. I've had a lot of bites where they, you know, pop it on the way down and then nothing. Didn't even grab it. Just almost like they're hitting it with their mouths closed. And at least back home, that's usually a sign of a fish that's seen one too many baits fall in his house. So we'll keep this going. Hope for the best. I'd love to catch one on live. I think that'd be pretty cool. Nice big one. 5, 6 pounder.
All these guys hoping that Kissimmee flipping bite, the Kissimmee grass, are praying for a big bite this late in the day. And Bradley, we've said all week, those better than average 6 pound plus bites that live here on the Harris chain, that's what it's going to take. You're going to have one of those almost every day. And all these guys, I think, as stingy as it is, the guy that can catch one of those better than average Harris chain yayas, one of those just megalodons that swim in this place, will be the guy that takes home the trophy.
That's always the case in Florida. Who gets those bites, you know? And if you can get a 4 pounder to go with it, you know, possibly catch a couple of them. Today's looking pretty stingy. One bite can make a difference in this derby.
There's no doubt about it, and that's what Bryant's talking about there. If he could just get one of those big bites, how crucial it would be. Got Brian Smith, who's unofficially in second place. We're going to jump back over in the boat with John Hookup Sokup, who is our unofficial leader. Doesn't know that. Started the day in third place.
Yeah. That sounds mean, dude.
Fat Cat, Bobby.
Mean.
There he goes. I knew Fat Cat would find his way into a boat. I knew it.
I'll take that every day over that plane.
Flyby.
Every day, give me riding that over that plane.
Man, everybody loves Hookup.
Oh my gosh. That was awesome.
hookup. Boat's really quiet.
Bigger fish. Biggin. Biggin.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord, please stay on. Oh, Lord. Oh, God, help me. Help me. Yeah! Yeah, baby! Yes! Oh, thank you, Lord.
Well,
swamp donkey.
Here we go.
7-pounder. In your face! Oh!
If you're right around the corner from John hearing that laugh, just put your rods up and
sorry,
go
dude.
back to the weigh-in area.
That was 7 hours of frustration coming out on everybody. Sorry. Not so hard.
Unbelievable.
Oh, God.
It's a monster fish.
It's a big one.
Could that be it? A lot of fishing time left, man. A lot of fishing time left. 12:30. A lot of these guys aren't doing until 4:30 this afternoon, but that's certainly
The game changer we were talking about.
absolutely for the guy that's unofficially in first place.
I need
that. Just made things
Oh,
really
Lord.
difficult
7.
for the guys behind John Soka.
It's 7 something. 7.
Oh, my
7:34,
gosh.
bro. What a game freaking changer. What a hog. Mwah! Golly. This is how you take care of them. Look at this. In the Express Live well. Look at her. Go swimming, baby. Go to your home.
She won't even fit in the pool
You're
noodles.
home. You're home. I gotta get some number 2's my small one. Oh my gosh.
They look like me trying to get
Oh
on that
my
pool.
gosh, what a call. Thank you, Lord. There she is. Oh my gosh. Determination. Determination, man. Oh, that feels good. I got time, bro. Another one of those. And there's some people with some problems. And I ain't one of them. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Scary. Scary.
John said he's got 99 problems. And a 7-pounder ain't one. Right there. But there are 102 other anglers
and I
that
got
have
2
one big
2s.
problem, and his name is
Freaking
John
Moving day,
Soka.
bro. Moving. We got so much room to move. We might not get bit. The rest of the day, we might not get bit. We may not, but we got room. Here's what old boy
You want to know how to be a
John's gonna
dominant
do.
bass angler?
I'm gonna take me a deep breath. I know everybody wants to see me fish. I got a little excited. Don't know if you noticed. A little excited.
Shouldn't say unbelievable. It's John
No
Soka.
better than that.
Just
So what I'm gonna do.
such a
is
slow day, and then boom.
Big Fish Bobby is about to put all of his rods up besides the big sticks. And we're doing that the rest of the day. I don't even want to be tempted to pick up anything else. I know what to do.
I like your
I know what to
style.
look for. I gotta listen to my gut. I've been ignoring
These
it all
Okies.
day long. Kind of. I've been taste testing it. But over there, man, I was over there and I kept on telling you, man, there's a spot. It's ringing in my head. It's ringing in my head. It's ringing in my head. I caught a 7-pounder. I got, boom. We're not even, the juice is right over there. I caught the 7 right there. So, thank you, Lord, dude. We're gonna retie because that's what you do when you catch big fish. You retie. I'm gonna even put on a new hook actually. Just do the whole thing because I don't know if you straighten that hook out. I don't. I'm gonna take a cold break for just a second. Golly, I mean, dude, it changes everything. One bite, one more like that, again, the game is changing. They thought we were kidding when we said we were determined. They counted us out with our 11 pounds.
Getting into that afternoon delight.
They said we don't even know why
and
we got
he's
John
feeling it
online.
right now.
I'm gonna show you why you got me
For
online.
sure.
making me earn it every
But
single
Brad,
time now.
we've seen fireworks like this every afternoon. And from talking to the anglers at the weigh-in, there are lots of fireworks that go on after our live broadcast has ended the first 2 days. I think we could see it again today. Obviously, it's starting. It's 12:30 now. It's heating up.
Thank you, Lord, man.
7-pounder from John Sokup.
Thank you.
Make sure you watch that weigh-in starting at 3 p.m. this afternoon, because it is going to be a good one. The story will not be over until Big Al calls it here at Venetian Gardens.
Hey, got a little big bite. For the big bite.
What a day.
From John. Look at Bryant Smith, who has no idea what kind of cannon fire he just took.
Oh.
And as we saw, you know, right before that, Bryant was like, man, just one bite, one bite.
I feel like I just got off of a roller coaster.
Yes. Yeah, we went from Bryant just begging for a big bite to John catching one of the biggest fish we've had on live all year.
Maybe a roller coaster's not a good example. I feel like I just jumped out of an airplane with a parachute for the first time, and I just hit the ground.
I feel like I was in that boat with Fat Cat that went zooming by right before hookup woke up.
It's what can happen at any point on this Harris chain. A fish like that changes it.
The only thing that's good about mechanical issues on Harris chain is you can still go to the bank and at least fish, you know, like you're not stranded.
And it's a great look at the top of the leaderboard right here. John Sokup on the left, Bryant Smith on the right, and certainly having two different days. Sokup with a slow morning, dropping bombs this afternoon. Bryant Smith with the fast morning, and his action has slowed down. Bryant hoping for a big bite. John just got one. Lots of fishing time left. Good stuff right there. And we're doubled up. Our unofficial leader, and unofficial second place man, Bryant Smith from California.
John currently 8 pounds ahead of second place Bryant Smith right now, unofficially, of course. But I do want to drop this little nugget here. John, even with the 7-pounder, is still sitting at 16, which would be his smallest bag by far of the week. So with that being said, there's a lot of guys. He wasn't leading this going into the today. He was in third place. He was a pound behind the leader. There's a lot of room there to be made up, and it just takes one bite.
But I'd like to point out, though, with all the guys that started the day in our top 10, that's the biggest stringer by a long shot right now. Bobby Lanham with 11-13 unofficially. He started in our top 10. Bryant Smith with 11-3. Most of the bigger stringers we see unofficially in the top 10 right now are all from the outsiders. Start of the day. Not in our top 10.
Luke, you're like me. You've been doing this a long time, and we have some friends of ours, good friends of ours, that are some of the very best that have ever played this game. And I've been friends with John for a long time, and I've watched his progression as he comes up, and watching him this week and the things that he's doing, they're special, bro.
Veteran moves.
Special.
From a guy that, I mean, this would be his second win in 3 events. In the inaugural season of the NPFL, would take 2 of the 3.
So even just 2 more 3-pounders.
Leaves here at the halfway point progressive AOY leader if he wins. Heading into a Pickwick Lake event where he's going to be terrifying again, in my opinion. Now, I talked to John before the season started. I interviewed him on the podcast. He's never fished the Tennessee River much. He's never been to Pickwick, but this guy is equally as scary with his electronics as he is with a flipping stick, and Pickwick is going to be an offshore event, most likely, Tennessee River in the summer, and John is going to be strong for the rest of the year. And then we end the season on a lake he's really familiar with, and your home lake, Grand Lake of the Cherokee. So, man, winning this event, that lead in the Progressive AOY could get hard to chase down if he has a good one at Pickwick next month.
The most impressive thing that John has as an angler, without a doubt, that stands out, just you see it, is what's between his ears.
Without a doubt. Yeah, he makes me feel like a loser. I'm not going to lie. He's talking the motivational stuff. I feel like I should get up and run a couple miles during this thing. We've all been talking this video. Man, how can you get down when John's talking?
It helps.
He's living proof that we're all too hard on ourselves.
There's no doubt about it.
It may lock me in the top 5. It really could. Nope. A bunch of nothing. What's that? Look at all those bubbles. Oh, man.
Of course, these two guys duking it out unofficially at the top of the leaderboard for the hardware and the $50,000 that comes with it. For second place, not too shabby, Bradley. $30,000 as well.
Nothing to sneeze at.
Nothing to sneeze at all. But two battles going on out there on the water between our 103 MPFL anglers on the Harris chain, and of course the battle for first as we're seeing here. But you have that battle for that 36th place final $9,000 check spot. And we've been looking all day, a lot of shuffling goes on in that 20th to 36th place area. And I believe we've caught up with the big cat out on the water to get an update on that check line. Fat Cat Newton out of the speedboat, ready for an update.
Bobby, I see you, boy. Old Jordan Nettles going right there. All right, Fisher World, here we are. It's the final day, Showdown Saturday. On the water it's been interesting. Seen a lot of guys flipping that Kissimmee grass. I talked earlier, I hadn't really seen anybody flipping any creature baits. Well, guess what? Pretty much all I've seen today are guys flipping creature baits right around that half-ounce to three-quarter-ounce deal is what they're doing, just flipping the edges. Ran into Mark Schillen earlier. Mark Schillen is our Progressive AOY number 5 spot. So he's fishing for points right now, and he's fishing for that bubble. When we were with him earlier, he was right around that 30th spot. Remember, you got to be 36 or above to cash that check. So he was 30th earlier when we saw him, and he was fishing some stuff that was his backup. He was letting his juice rest. His juice is on the west side. We're on the southeast side. He was flipping that Kissimmee grass. Mark went ahead, got his stuff together, saddled up, and he went to the wild west side of Lake Martin. He's fishing offshore hydrilla. He's over there around where Jake Boomer's fishing. So he said him and Jake have kind of shared it. He said it over there. He's throwing a speed worm through it. He's throwing a crankbait through it and also a chatterbait through that offshore hydrilla, trying to get that fully loaded live well and get some more of those Progressive AOY points. We go ahead and mosey on down the shoreline, coming north, right, just following this Kissimmee grass line, and we see one of our guys, Jim Jones. And he's on past him. We see Paul Brown. And Paul Brown, right now, he was in that 35th spot right above the check line. So right now, he's good. He had about 10 pounds in the boat. He was here. He left to go head hunting. He's got a little canal area. He said it's getting beat up, but you got to fish it a certain way to catch the fish. He said he figured it out, so he's not that worried about the pressure in there because he's doing something they're not. He rigged up a Tokyo rig with 3/4-ounce Tokyo rig, and he said that right there, he thinks he's doing something nobody else is, which I haven't heard anybody else talk about. Bye-bye, I see you, boy. They're wild out here. Remember, folks, we're in Florida, man. Florida knows how to have a good time, especially Leesburg, Florida, and the Harris Chain of Lakes. Paul Brown made that run. He's in like the 33, 34th in the AOY in that area. So he's also trying to get points, trying to make that championship, getting that top 25 of them Progressive AOY points. But, folks, Fat Cat, my man Wombat, the cameraman, my boat driver, Mudhole, we're done. Appreciate you guys tuning in for all the on-the-water coverage out here on Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida for the National Professional Fishing League stop number 3. Brought to you by Fisherman Central. I'm gone. We'll see you next time.
Big cat. Out there on the water bringing us the goods.
Okay.
Come back up with our leader, John Sokup here. Got our leader. We've seen the battle go down out there on the Harris chain, Bradley, and we're going to take one more quick break to get a look at these great sponsors as we wind down our final day here on NPFL Live action from Leesburg, Florida, here on the Harris chain. Stop number 3 on our trail this year, presented by Fisherman Central. We will see you after a quick break to wrap up the day and hopefully see maybe 1 or 2 more big bass when we get back to Lake County, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down. Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
I can see fish on my forward-facing sonar. Yeah.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Leesburg, Florida, the beautiful Harris chain of lakes. And the Harris chain has represented this week, just like we knew it would, full of big bass, full of tons of bass everywhere. It seems like if the guys are fishing shallow, if they're fishing offshore, no matter what, the Harris chain has been the place to be this week in Central Florida, Bradley.
It's been known this way since we started the show from 1928. Big bass hanging on
right.
the wall, right?
That's
Guys
right.
in suits and fish hanging on boards. Giant bass showed up this week. Closed the show with a giant bass with John Sukup. There's still giant bass to be caught. We know that without a doubt. It will just come down to does the right guy that needs that big bass get that bite to finish the day.
No doubt about it. And, you know, we go off the air at 1 o'clock. The drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough starts at 3 p.m. here at Venetian Gardens, and that's when all these unofficial weights become official. I say it all the time, but it is very important to throw that out there because so many things can happen. We've talked to these guys every single day at the weigh-in, and the afternoon bite has been so key for most of our leaders. We saw Jake Boomer yesterday, not one, but 2 6-pounders after we went off the air at 2 o'clock. Our top 10 guys have the longest amount of fishing time of anybody in the 103 angler field today. So while Sokup is making it look easy right now, and you can see it, he looked right at the camera and said, determination right here. If I was around the corner and heard that, I would just go home most likely. But a lot of time left for these other guys to potentially catch one of these giant bass that swim in the Harris chain. So far from over. You're going to want to tune in to that weigh-in to see this unofficial Weigh Live app. All these weights become official this afternoon. We're going to take a look at that right now. The unofficial leaderboard brought to you by Progressive and the Big Bite Challenge. And John Hookup, Soakup, no surprise if you've been following along with the league so far this year. John he came out firing at Eufaula, had a great tournament at Wright-Patman, was 4th place in Progressive AOY coming into this event, and now is sitting on top. Would be a 2-time champion out of 3 events. Just incredible. This guy, if the fishing world did not know them until the league kicked off this year, they know his name now. John Soakup on top. Bryant Smith, young man from California, out here trying to make his dream come true of being a professional angler. He's doing a great job as well this year on the MPFL. Definitely his best finish so far, but he's sitting 2nd right now. Jake Boomer still hanging in there in 3rd place with a lot of room to grow. A small limit in the boat, a couple big ones, Bradley, are going to go a long way for Boomer.
I think Jake Boomer is the guy that probably has the most potential to run Soakup down right now at this point.
And right now, unofficially, look like 9 pounds back. He's got some work to do, but a couple big fish like we've seen him pull out of the hydrilla can definitely make that happen. Bobby Lanham, Bobby Wood, Mr. Hollywood himself in 4th place. Joe Willert, who did not start the day in the top 10, rocketed into the top 10 with 18 pounds, 6 ounces. Matt Mullahan, a new visitor to the top 10. Chris Wisenet right there in 7th place. And I want to show you one that just popped in. Nick Provanizak, our AOY leader, says, hey, John, wait a second. Wait a second. We're going to make this race interesting.
That's right.
Nick was our leader on the Progressive AOY side coming into this event, and now has, with a 17-pound bag unofficially, vaulted into our top 10 here today. Robbie Frazier and Knight and River Lee rounding out that top 10. River, of course, has been in our top 10 at the top end of it most of the week, in the top 5 the first 2 days, but has slipped a little bit. We haven't seen the quality out of River that we've come to expect with his Kissimmee grass flipping pattern this week. But, wow, like we're saying, tune into the weigh-in, because right there Nick Provanizak was in 20th place just a few minutes ago. Boom, catches a 6-pounder right there. So AOY, the most important title to a lot of these guys. Of course, winning that $50,000, winning these individual tournaments shows the guy that was good that week. But if you take home this Progressive AOY trophy at the end of these 6 events, where we started in Alabama and we end in Oklahoma with Alabama, Wisconsin, Texas, and Florida in between, you are the man.
That's right.
You are the most consistent, and we thought we were just giving it to John, but now Nick Provanizak, that leader, he says, no, sir. No, sir, I am back. So it's going to be a very interesting race headed into that next event. Bradley, looking down the road, Pickwick Lake in July, a little over a month away. What do you expect down there? If we're looking head-to-head, okay, we're going Nick Provanizak against Mr. Soakup. Who you like there coming out of Pickwick?
I think you've still got a lot of players involved just to get it down to those 2 guys. John definitely likes offshore a lot, and he's big with his electronics. He's electronic guru, obviously involved there, owner at the Bass Tank. This guy's got his electronic game down, but I promise you, Nick's not far behind.
Nick's not going anywhere, but we are out of here for today. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for tuning in to the MPFL Live here from the Harris Chain, presented by Fisherman's Central. Be sure to tune in to the 3 p.m. weigh-in. Big Al McCullough is going to make it all official for you. You can check it out at tmpfl.com, and we will see y'all next time.
Hollywood.
Look at this. Look at
Come on up here. Total weight of 16 pounds, 9 ounces. How about 22 pounds, 2 ounces? David Gaston with 40 pounds, 2 ounces. There's the boom. 18 pounds, 2 ounces. John Soka, the hookup, the Bass Tank Pro. 21 pounds, 5 ounces. 21. Oh my. Jake has got 5 in the back. He's got a healthy bag today, folks. He needs 1909 to take the lead. Wrap it up on the scale for me, Jake. 19 pounds, 13 ounces, your new leader. Put your hands together for Jake Boomer.